I'll call the joint meeting between City Council and Streets, Trails, Utilities Commission workshop to order. Will the clerk please do the roll calls?
Yes, Councilmember Sullivan.
Here.
Councilmember Bowen. Here. Councilmember Bash. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Grummeyer. Here. Mayor Newton.
Here.
Member Walker.
Here.
Member Thompson. Member Thompson. Here. Okay. Member Pavia, she is out. Okay. Member Williams.
Here.
And Chair Pollard.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Okay, let's move into the joint workshop. This is a water and sewer rate study. Director Blaze.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome, everybody. I appreciate you attending this workshop. It's our first workshop. Dana, can we get the presentation up? So just to introduce the item, what we have planned as far as the overall for the water rates study is there's going to be a series of discussions and meetings. This is the first discussion. It's meant to be a general workshop between the Streets and Trails and the council to basically give you a generic update of kind of where we stand financially, you know, in our current state, and with some, and then project out what we need to do as a potential rate study. But we're going to take you through incrementally through our where we stand. We're going to talk about where we stand operationally by itself. Are we bringing enough money to cover our expenses? We're then going to branch off into what it looks like in do we need any future potential rate increases to cover, you know, future increases in operations costs, et cetera. We're going to start then look at capital projects, you know, our current 5-year CIP and whether it's able to be funded in both in water and sewer, or do we need to look at cash funding that? Do we want to look at a possibility of borrowing money? Do we expand our projects and spread them out farther beyond 5 years? We're all kinds of different scenarios and ideas to give you an idea what the overall impact is on potential rates if we were to do things. So we really wanted to take you from a very focused look and then spreading it out over time, and we'll go through that review. Ultimately, the goal is we want to try to narrow down the likely scenarios of potential rate discussions that you're interested in talking further, that we bring back in a formal report that highlights the actual impacts to customers, their usages, you know, what that might look like, some more actual real-time examples. It'll bring in more information about the industry and our history, more of the meat and potatoes of our operations. And that's really where we'll whittle down at the next meeting, which would be tentatively scheduled for March 5th, where we'd review that full draft rate study, talk about hopefully the 1 or 2 options in each fund for water and sewer and recycled water that we want to focus on to figure out which one, if any, that we might adopt. With the goal as if we do choose a rate that we were going to adopt, that would then lead us to the third phase of this process, which would be a Prop 218 hearing, where we would give advance notice to all the residents. We would explain what the rate increases are proposed to be, how that impacts them. Everybody gets a mailer. They have an opportunity to protest that at a future meeting. That future meeting would likely be in June, because we have to have a 45-day notice to do that. So it's kind of how we're breaking it down. Again, it's not set into that. We're just trying to give a projected schedule we'd like to do in the effort to try to have something implemented if we're going to implement something by July 1 as part of the fiscal year adjustments in the new budget year. You know, so but it doesn't mean things can't be changed based off if there's a need to talk about things more, if you want additional information, and we have to adjust the schedule. Nothing is written in stone. This is more of my preferred schedule if we can accomplish it. And if you're satisfied with the answers and information we're giving you, that hopefully we can keep on that schedule if it works for you. I do want to point out this is the only planned joint meeting that we have. It's that introduction to give both STUC and the council an introduction of where we stand financially. Once we whittle it down to a couple options, that's really a discussion for the council to ultimately decide on what that rate adoption might be. So that would, the next meeting would be more of a council discussion. If you want to branch it out into, again, a larger workshop, you can. It's really a preference of the council. I looked at it more as council is the fiduciary body of making that ultimate decision. But I want to at least give you this first time to sit down with the group, get their feedback also, because Streets and Trails Utilities Commission does have a desire and an impact to hear these kind of items, and we did it last time when we did last rate study in 2016. So I think it's great that we're keeping them involved and can give that feedback to the electeds. But so we can discuss that part further of how you want to approach it in the second meeting, and that's not a problem for us either. One preamble I wanted to highlight in this before we started, we originally wanted to do the rate study back in 2023 prior to the election year, which was last year. But there was desire by council to do a self-evaluation of public works and how our operations and efficiencies to verify that we are doing things in a manner that is fiduciary responsible with the funds that we have. We did go forward with that process that was presented to the city council, and those review and those recommendations were accepted by council. Primarily highlighted that the public works as an operation for the water and sewer funds operates at a very high efficiency. There are staff, most of the staff do multiple functions rather than singular functions you would see at most other agencies, and that we use high level and good level of third-party vendors to get other projects done, which has a cost efficiency and expedites getting work that's critical done in an expedient manner. So there were some high-level findings of that report. So we did get that done and remove that, and from that, the council did allow us to move forward with the actual rate study. Now that we kind of took care of that question that was lingering out there, was, is there any efficiencies that we can do internally? And that certainly, that report is available if anybody would like to see it. Again, I can provide that to you if you want to get recollection from that. And then, so we're going to jump in here, and I want to introduce David Hyder. He's with Stantec. David did our rate study last time in 2016. I've actually known David for over 16 years. We've done 3 rate studies, and this is our 4th together. And so I've had a great relationship with David and his teams that he's been with. Consummate professional, really good at explaining the fiduciary parts, which I'm not the best at, and dumbing it down for folks like me to help me understand what I need to do. But he's got a great presentation style. I do want to highlight too, in this particular study, we're not discussing recycled water yet. We're still resolving some financial issues with that, some grants that we're trying to get in and consider as part of that rate study so that it reduces our costs, but we are not yet approved by those grants yet by EPA. But I'm trying to get that solidified. That looks like we will get our initial $3 million and hopefully the other $3 million to $6 million, which have a great impact on reducing our costs. But for right now, it's not yet solidified. So we have a draft of it. It's not yet, I think, reasonable to present it. We will likely present it as part of the secondary study. It should be pretty straightforward because it's going to be a brand new rate based off cost, so it shouldn't be too controversial. I'm just trying to really get those grants in there because it'll really help us. And with that, David.
Well, good evening. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chad. He's setting the bar pretty high, so I better live up to the praise in terms of my ability to present. Again, Dave Hyder with Stantec. Appreciate the opportunity to present this afternoon. In terms of the discussion today, we're going to provide a little bit of an overview, just what is a rate study, talk about the assumptions, how we go about completing the study. Then the majority of the discussion will really be looking at financial plans and scenarios for each of the funds. So we'll look at the water fund, kind of build up various financial plans. Then we'll look at the sewer fund. Between each of those funds, we'll have some opportunity for discussion, get some input from the group, and then we'll wrap up with some discussion at the end. So in terms of the study objectives, we are completing a comprehensive rate study for both the water and the sewer systems. You do maintain separate enterprise funds. So these are separate funds that are really designed to operate as a business. The revenues and expenditures stay within the enterprise funds. And so you do have 2 separate funds, one for water and one for sewer. To complete the study, we're completing a projection of the full cost of service for each fund. So that's looking out over a 10-year projection period, which is what we'll talk about this afternoon. That includes your operating costs as well as capital investments that are required to reinvest in the system. And really the ultimate goal of those financial plans is to develop a financial plan that will ensure sustainable and resilient operations. So we don't want to just look at 1 year, we want to make sure that we have a long-term view of what the needs of the system are, and you can plan accordingly. We need to account for any reductions in water use, kind of things that we're seeing within the system, and any variability in future costs. We're also evaluating and going to come back with recommended rate structures. That'll be part of the next workshop. So this afternoon, we're really focused just on these financial plans. So in terms of the process that we use, it's actually fairly simple. It's really a cash flow analysis where we're taking 3 steps. The first step is developing revenue requirements, and that's what does it cost to provide water service? What does it cost to provide sewer service, both today and into the future? So we're looking out again over a 10-year period. And those revenue requirements include the operations and maintenance of the system, so the day-to-day operations, chemicals, electricity, all those items, both today and into the future. We also account for capital investments, so future capital investments, plus we have to pay off any debt obligations that for prior investments in the system, make sure we can fund that debt service. And ultimately, that gives us a forecast of what does it cost to provide water and sewer service. We then compare that with a revenue forecast. So what do we anticipate the revenues on the system being, given changes in demands, customer counts, but we do that assuming you don't change rates, just to first get a sense for are your revenues sufficient to cover your revenue requirements. We evaluate 3 key metrics. Again, do your revenues meet those revenue requirements? Are you able to maintain a minimum cash balance within each fund? And then also, do you meet any debt service coverage requirements? There's certain requirements when you issue debt that you have to meet in terms of obligations to demonstrate that you have revenues sufficient to meet the debt service. So that's really the process. I'm going to turn it back to Chad just to talk about the water system a little bit.
Yep, thank you, David. And just to clarify, and as David is reviewing more of the financials over a 10-year window, we're doing a 10-year projection to give us a 10-year window, but ultimately when we're talking about doing any type of rate approval, it's only a 5-year window that we'd be approving. So just keep that in mind, that as you're looking at the information, we're not asking you to consider a 10-year, anything that you're going to approve or promote to approve. It will always only do a maximum, because that's what the law allows, is a 5-year window. We did a similar thing with the trash contract recently. It was a 10-year contract, but we only approved the first 5 years of that rate process, and we'll come back 5 years after that to do the second half. So just to clarify what we're asking for. So the water system, and we want to put this in to at least give you some rudimentary understanding of our system. It's not comprehensive, but it gives you at least some general parameters. So the operations maintenance budget for 24-25, the current fiscal year is about $12 million. The system serves about 27,000 people. We have about 7,500 service connections from residential and commercial, spread over about 100 miles of distribution lines throughout town. The age of the water mains age from about 1930s to the present. We have about 54 miles of main lines that are currently older than 1970, so over 50 years. The city currently produces about 6,000 acre-feet of water, and that was as of last fiscal year. About 85% of it came from outside agencies for purchased treated groundwater from multiple vendors at about an average of $1,200 per acre-foot. We produce right now about 15% from our local wells, about $500 per acre-foot. We have been trying, and we've expanded our treatment system to do about 25 to 30%. Unfortunately, we've been bogged down with the new PFAS regulations and requirements and are not operating our wells because of PFAS. One of our projects currently is to design and build a PFAS treatment plant, which hopefully in the future will allow us to use more of our own local water, and which hopefully will, if the economic numbers work out with our design, will still be cheaper than what we purchase, and then we're saving ourselves at least a little bit of money than having, and we're not relying so much on imported water that we purchase from others. The city sold about 5,000 acre-feet last year, which you can kind of see the amount we bring in versus the amount that we sold. There's a gap there, about 1,000 acre-feet. We currently are showing about an 800 acre-foot loss of water in our system the last 4 years in our state reporting. And that is basically considered a very high amount. And it's assumed to be either water loss that we don't track because of breaks or leaks in the system, or likely one of the other issues, it could be underperforming meters, because they are now getting towards the older portion of their life cycle, which is supposed to be 15 to 20 years. So keep that in mind, but it is something we'll talk about later on as part of the presentation.
All right, thanks, Chad. So before we jump into the scenarios, I just wanted to lay the, the groundwork, some of the issues that we're seeing in terms of the water fund. So the city's water fund is facing financial pressure as a result of reductions in water sales and cost increases. So as we look at the revenue side, a couple things to keep in mind. That water rates have remained constant since fiscal year 21. So that was the last time rates were adjusted. So 22, 23, 24, and then 25, the rates themselves have been held the same. Water sales have decreased about 18% over the last 3 years. So going from fiscal year 21 to 24, you've seen about an 18% decline in water use. I think that's probably because of conservation, but also aging water meters, some loss in the system. And that's important to note because about 50% of your current water revenues come from water usage. So as you have that erosion, that erodes your revenues on the system. So that's the revenue side. On the expenditure side, your water system costs have increased over the last couple of years due to inflationary increases as well as supply chain issues related to COVID. We've seen that everywhere. Costs for chemicals, electricity have gone up substantially, as well as materials. So when we look at the revenues versus expenditures going forward, the revenues are insufficient to fund the annual operations of the water system. So we are facing challenges just to fund the operations of the system. And then in addition to that, we're really not seeing funds available to address the critical water system capital projects. So meter replacement and the numerous mainline replacement projects. So funds are not available for that. So now I'm going to jump into the scenarios. I'm going to spend a little bit of time. I know this on your sheet is probably pretty small, so hopefully you can get an electronic version, get a bigger printout. So I recognize that the numbers may not be abundantly clear there. But I wanted to step you through, because we're going to be looking at a number of these sheets, just kind of what you're looking at here. So this is the water fund. This is an assumption where there's no rate increases, so rates stay the same over the next 10 years, and there's no capital investments that are made. And so as we look at the sheet, if you look up at the top, we've got fiscal year 25, that's the current fiscal year. Fiscal year 26 starts this July 1st. Again, we're not assuming any rate increases. So the water fixed charge and the water usage rate are kept the same. That's why there's 0% there. And that's held constant. The next line is your annual debt service coverage. And that's just essentially a measure of how much revenue is available after your operating expenses for your debt service. And generally, you want to have at least 25% more revenue available for debt service than the actual debt service. So if you have $1 of debt service, that's paying back the loan, you want to ideally have $1.25 available. And so we can see that we do have that in 25. However, in 26, we would only have basically $1.11 available. And then in 27, we essentially don't have sufficient dollars to pay the annual debt service. And again, this is assuming that no rate increases go into place. The next couple lines just show your current fixed charge. So that's the fixed charge somebody pays with a 3/4 inch meter, regardless of use. They pay that on a monthly basis. It's $47.85. That scales up if you have a larger meter. Typical single family has a 3/4 inch meter. The next line is the water usage rate, which is charged per 100 cubic feet. It's $2.70 currently. Typical single family bill using 6 units, then currently somebody in that category pays $64 per month for water service. So obviously that's not going to change if we play that forward. Last little bit here without any rate increases. Last little bit is just some diagnostics, just to show you in terms of the actual water fund, the balance is shown here in the operating fund, which I'll highlight over here. The blue is the actual cash balance. The black line is the minimum balance that we want to try to maintain. And so what this is showing is that without any rate increases and forecasts going forward, that we would actually fall below that minimum in fiscal year 29. We would go negative and then continue to go negative in future years. So you'd have a negative cash balance. The reason for that is because revenues versus expenditures, which is on the next graph here, your expenditures are growing due to inflation. That's the orange line. Your revenues, if we don't raise rates, are going to stay flat. Actually decline a little bit because we're assuming some erosion in use. And so that difference there is essentially hitting your cash balance. Then the final component is just the expenditure. So most of it is in gray here is operating and maintenance expenses. You do have a little bit of existing debt, which is the purple. So that's the buildup of your expenses. So again, if you don't do anything, we're forecasting that you'd use up all of your cash on the system. I won't go through that level of detail on each of these. So next scenario is, what do we need to do to fund our operating? And so under this assumption, we're assuming 3.5% increases in the fixed charge and the usage charge, which you can see across the top. That would allow us to have a debt service coverage that's above that 1.25 for most of the projection period. We dip below it a little bit in the future. You can see the typical customer's bill would go from $64, it'd go up about $2 in fiscal year 26, and then another $2, and basically about $2 a year at that 3.5% increase. At the end of the 10 years, we'd be at about $90 for a water bill. This would allow you to maintain a cash balance that's above the minimum. And the reason that happens is because your revenues and expenditures, the orange line and the black line, are now aligned, essentially. So that's really a sustainable path going forward, funding the operating expenses. And so now we're building on these, and next we wanted to talk about the capital improvement plan, so we're going to layer that in. And this is a list of the projects, and I'll allow Chad to talk a little bit about each of the projects or some of them.
This is already the approved capital plan that council's already approved for the current 5-year plan. And this was meant to be our desired projects. Whether they were fundable was still going to be something we had to determine in the future via a rate study. These are all very critical projects for us. Most of them are main lane projects that we need to get done before we can get to the street work. A lot of these mainline projects have a lot of history of leaks. We have some data for you later on that will talk about the water leaks and the significance of the amount of leaks that we have and work that the team does to maintain the system. But these are all basically what we looked at in talking with Derek and Sam and looking at this, that these are basically the bread and butter. If we got all these projects done, we pretty much take care of all the high-level projects where we're constantly going back to locations to repair things and having issues. And to the point where we can go and get into a regular schedule of how many mains do we still have to replace over time, and how can we program it to just get those main lines done with a fixed amount over time. Taking care of all the final problem children, and so that we're really spending most of our time maintaining other parts of our infrastructure instead of maintaining a lot of this infrastructure. But again, none of this is in stone. It can all be adjusted based off of where we'll end up in funding that'll actually be available, and we'll actually show you some of those ideas of potentially shifting some of this work out if need be to help lessen the impacts to potential rates. But basically, the fund right now cannot even fund all the projects in the first year, just to give you an idea where we stand. And so, but we'll get into discussions further of how we might be able to fund all five in the 5 years, what that might look like, to something more realistic of maybe we're spreading out the projects a little bit farther, how we might get it done, and how that makes more maybe a practical rate increase.
Thanks, Chad. And yeah, just to point out that obviously the average over the next 5 years would be about 7.3 million per year, so somewhat front-loaded. So we took those capital projects and we plugged them into the model and ran the results saying, okay, what if we don't do anything but keep the 3.5% increases in place? And so what you'll see is that the 3.5% rate increases wouldn't allow you to continue to meet that debt service coverage. So you drop below the 1.25 in fiscal year 28. Your cash balance would essentially go negative in fiscal year 26, because the assumption here is that you're cash funding from the revenues of the system and the balances, all these capital projects. And essentially what you see now on the bottom is populated because we now have the capital improvement projects in here. You can see the CIP spending year over year. And then this middle graph with the blue and the green is essentially how you're funding the capital projects. And so you'd be using up all of your capital fund reserve balance, and then you'd be cash funding each of the projects going forward. Obviously, in terms of an operating fund balance, it's not sustainable. You just don't have sufficient revenues to be able to fund the capital projects. So the real shocker was, well, what if we had to solve this all at once? You'd have to do basically a 65% increase in fiscal year 26. That would allow your revenues to jump up to be able to cash fund all of those capital projects So you can see a significant increase in your revenues to match your expenditures in the middle graph. Essentially, you'd be cash funding all the projects. You'd maintain a minimum cash balance. And then in future years, you'd actually be generating a little bit more than you need, so you'd be building up a cash balance within the operating fund. Don't think 65% is probably a very palatable rate increase, so we've come up with some alternatives. The first of which would be, what if we borrowed for some of these capital projects? These are long-lived capital assets, meaning they're going to last a long time. Once you make the investment, some of them will last 50 years. Therefore, it's not uncommon to use borrowing through the state, if you can, for low interest rate loans in order to secure that funding and then essentially pay that off over a long period of time. Then you're matching the life of the asset with the repayment of the asset. And so under this scenario, we're assuming that you'd borrow for about $21 million. You can see now in the graph, the purple is the chunks that you'd be borrowing for the capital improvements. You do a borrowing potentially in fiscal year 26 and then another one in fiscal year 28, again, totaling about $21 million. What this would allow you to do, you'd obviously be taking on that debt service, but you'd have a more gradual increase in rates. Under this scenario, to maintain the cash balance and that debt coverage, you need to do about a 17% in fiscal year 26, 10% in 27, some 6s and then 4s out through the projection period. Still, pretty significant bump in the first year. I do want to note, just to kind of put it into context, when you look at a 17% increase, that equates to about $11 per month to the typical customer's bill. So the percent does sound scary, but from a dollar amount, well, it's not minimal. It's certainly not a huge amount. So that was another scenario. Next, we looked at what happens if we spread out that capital plan. So instead of trying to front load and complete all the projects in the first 5 years, where we're at $7.3 million per year on average, we could spread that out to where we'd be about $5.2 million per year over the 5 years. The projects that are highlighted in the darker green are the ones that were moved. And I don't know, Chad, if you want to talk at all about any of them.
No, I mean, at this point, we were just trying to really push the pain out as much as we can to see how that might drive down some of the potential rate increase in that we're still promoting the work needs to get done, but we're recognizing that the level of increase that's being called for is likely not palatable. And so we're just trying to figure out how do we come up with some scenarios where we're still getting a lot of the work done in maybe an 8-year window or that 10-year window, but it's at a lot less of a hopefully a rate increase.
Yep. And so if we do spread out the projects, obviously the capital funding looks different. It's more level over the entire projection period. Under this scenario, we're spreading it out over a 10-year period. We're also using borrowing about the same amount, $21 million. You can see the borrowing periods are a little bit different. But ultimately, this would get to where you could do about a 10% over the next 2 years and then step it down in the future years in terms of the increases. That would allow you to maintain that debt service coverage, and you'd still be, in terms of the operating fund, above the minimum in each of the years. And so that ultimately was the most streamlined plan that we came up with in terms of trying to minimize the rate increases in the near term, as well as completing all of the capital projects. So Chad, you want to talk a little bit?
Yeah, so going back to kind of talking about the capital projects, and this is specifically the main lines that we have listed. And this is the list of mainline projects we have in our capital. At least wanted to give you some numbers that talks about really what we've been dealing with over the last 8 years. So, in general, we've had about 188 incidents where required repair, 38 breaks over, again, just these streets. There's others that are not included in this, so we've had other breaks and leaks and everything else. This is just the ones that we focused on. So we've had 38 breaks, we've had 69 mainline leaks, we've had service leaks where the service lateral breaks and creates a mess and lifts up the street. We've had 81 of those. So these are very busy locations that we repetitively go out to and repair. The streets are in disarray because of the fact we've patched them so many times. So we certainly would love to get to the point where we can fix the streets, but it feels like we should never go and fix the street until we've fixed the problem underground that's creating the problem. So I just want to at least get you some hard numbers of this came from our work order system. We pulled this data to show what we do and what we've responded to. So at least we had some information related to what level of work we're doing on these assets. And then I also wanted to talk about the water meter accuracy discussion. So obviously that one is an interesting one for me because the meters were originally installed in 2009. And we have an AMI system, if you're not familiar with it. It's a radio system to where all our reads come into finance department electronically, so we don't have to read the meters. But we still have a very robust crew that has to maintain the meters, take care of them, reprogram them, just find out if there's any issues out there. So we're still very busy in maintaining them. But the meters are projected to last maybe 15 to 20 years based off of estimated battery life that's in that unit, and also the water conditions. Some water conditions are harsher than others. We have hot water on one side of town, high minerals in another. We get imported water, so you never know what the conditions are and how well they do. But we're really interested in trying to understand that discussion. And we estimated we probably replaced, since the initial installation of those meters, we probably replaced about 10% of the original meters because they just fail. And we have to replace them. And they either stop reading, they get damaged by folks. It just depends on what it is. We probably replaced about 10%. But I wanted to really look at the original meters to figure out, I'd like to get an answer, if possible, about really how are they functioning. So we did a quick test. We have about, again, 6,800 residential meters, I would call them. And we pulled about 50 of them. On all the originals, we went all over town. Derek and the teams created a map, grabbed 50 of them, went and had them tested at a vendor who gave us the leak reports on that. Interesting data. It was kind of all over the place. It did show that, in the data, it showed about 16 of the 50 meters had at least a 10% error on the low flow. And when you measure meters, they do usually on a low flow, a medium, and a high. Primarily, most of our water comes in the usage commonly is on the low and the medium. High is really for extreme high use. You've got everything and on, the irrigation's on at the same time. That's kind of when you see that, but you mostly see your common water usage in the low and the medium. Low would be basically if you just flushed your toilet, or if you've got your spigot on and you're getting just a drink of water out of the sink, or it's maybe the water coming from your fridge, more individual use at a time. And the medium is more when you have multiple people doing it, multiple showers or bathrooms on, that kind of thing. The error rate certainly on the low side was surprising. Especially at the percentage that it was. It was definitely a lesser rate on the mid. It was probably less than 5% of an error that had a 10% on that mid range, a little bit higher on the high end. It's funny though, when we looked at AWWA, that basically gives the agencies kind of guidelines of how to maintain water systems and protocols to follow. They actually highlight that you should replace your water meters if they're over 2.5% in error, high or low, or if they've used over 1 million gallons. To me, that doesn't seem very reasonable. I mean, I think you could expect a certain amount of loss in your system that you could still function. That there's a value in the assets you put in. You should try to stretch them out as long as you can. So I don't necessarily think I'd want to come to you and say, oh, my meters are at 2.5%. I think we should replace them and spend $7-8 million to replace our meters. It doesn't really sound good to me. But I at least wanted to start judging and looking into whether or not we might have a problem that we need to address now versus do I push that farther down the road? While I have the meter replacement in the current 5 years, do I move it maybe to the next 5 years? Can we wait? Are we losing too much of our cash register by not under-registering water that it's hurting us in our bottom line? So I'm not sure. Like I said, it's only 50 meters out of 6,800 or so and we probably have about, since we already replaced 10%, we probably have about 6,000 left to replace. It's interesting, and I'm still kind of caught on that. If we extrapolate that out, that might be a decent amount of water we're potentially losing, but it would take a lot more analysis, and it would still be guesswork for me and my team to really say definitively, if we spent this money now, would we see a 200 acre-foot increase in water sales because we captured it? We've been scrambling over for the last month trying to calculate and find a way that we could present something that was believable. We really were making a lot of assumptions, and I wasn't going to try to bluff you on something that was really questionable. I just wanted to at least say the data itself says these are failing. To what that might quantify if I replace certain meters, will I get reduce my 800 acre feet of WASP water to 500 or some lesser amount, I don't know what that would be. But I at least wanted you to have the information for what it's worth. And then sorry. Yeah, so that's kind of where we stand at that point for the, I want to give you at least those 2 points on the main lines and on the accuracy of the meters.
Great. Thanks, Chad. So that concludes the discussion on the water fund. So we wanted to open it up for some discussions. We can flip back to any of the scenarios, any questions anybody has in terms of the results or what we're coming up with.
Are there any discussions or questions, I'm sorry, for staff or the consultant? Sherry, you want to we'll start at your end.
Just a question, Chad. Were the meters that you did test, were they spread out all over town?
Yes, we had a detailed map that I asked Derek to find 100 initially and spread them all over town, every zone, every area, and we only looked for the original meters that were installed in 2009, and we spread them out just to get a look in every place as possible. So our plan was to go do 50. Based off the results, maybe we go do another 50, and we still might go do that, but at least I wanted to have some data for this discussion today.
Just curious, were any of the ones that were under-reporting, were they in a specific area, or was that?
They were spread out.
They were too,
Yeah.
okay.
They weren't focused in any particular area.
And you think some of the contributing factor may be the quality of the water?
It's possible, especially if depending on, if it's hot water, in which we have hot water on the west side of town, that can have an impact on meters. But it also depends on, I'm assuming when we installed these meters, they knew we had hot water. And normally you'll get a rating on your meters to say they can handle a certain heat so that they can function in that high heat. And our wells can be up to 90, sometimes 100, 100 degrees. So the assumption is when we selected the meters and we use those meters that they had the ability to function. But in general, it's a mechanical device. It will fail over time because it's a mechanical device, whether it's just due to regular wear, natural failure, or part of the atmosphere that it's in. It's in a box. It's got a lot of moisture. It could be any number of things.
Okay. My second question was the PFAS treatment. Is that, do we have a certain amount of time to get that done?
So yes, the PFAS legislation requires us to treat our water by 2027. So for now, we're able to use at least the one well I have because it's within the standards. I've had to turn off one of our other wells, well number 15, because it exceeds those standards. And then well 12, I was previously blending, but we have that off right now also. But that's why we're building the treatment plant so that it can treat both wells, well 13 and 15, and then we can blend it with our other source, well 12. And so the EPA passed regulations for the minimum levels of PFAS in the water, and that goes in effect in 2027. So we have a grace period to do that. That's why we're designing our treatment plant now to see if we can financially do it, see if it makes financial sense, and that information has been presented to us, and we think we financially can do it. And now we're looking at the actual design of it and what the ultimate design would be. We're dealing with an issue with fluoride. Just as a side issue, we have fluoride in our water. It's natural. It naturally comes in about 3 parts per million. The EPA's level is 4, so we're within the EPA level. The state's level has been 2, and they gave us a waiver that we could serve that water for 30 years. Well, that waiver expires in 2028. They've already told us they're not going to renew that waiver. So part of what we had this consultant do was also design for fluoride treatment. That has proven to be an incredibly expensive process to remove fluoride, which may be problematic for us in the future as far as whether we are able to treat PFAS. As far as a mechanical mechanism to strip out fluoride, they're looking at another mechanism to maybe just use a certain chemical to strip it out, and we're going to do some pilot testing soon on that. Hopefully that comes back as good news. But if we can't reduce the fluoride level, it basically makes all our groundwater unusable. And so, but that's what we're fighting for, is to try to preserve that and still do it as a reasonable cost.
Thank you.
Kevin?
I remember when we were putting fluoride in the water, it was supposed to be good for us. I just have a couple of questions. So all of a sudden, they're now talking about actually building the Delta pipeline, and then they're also releasing a lot of federal water all of a sudden. I don't know if it'll last, but is that going to affect some of the things they're trying to force on Southern California in terms of, you know, killing all your lawns and things like that? And will that help to reduce the cost by having that additional water coming in?
As far as California, I mean, it's California. Everything is about, you know, reducing. That's not message not going to change. They're still going to expect. And there's two current laws that are out right now that we're required to comply with. One is we have to reduce our water leakage, and it's now we're reporting that annually to the state, and now they expect us to follow through in 5-year increments to show that we are reducing our leakage in a manner either by replacing infrastructure or doing active leak detection and doing spot repairs to reduce leaks. The other is they're giving us a standard per household or per person of water use that we have to maintain. So based off of the amount of water we're selling, the number of people we have, are they using the allotment of water that we're using? And that is also a phased-in process over 15, 20 years to where right now we're technically meeting the threshold, but in 5 years we'll potentially be above the threshold because they arbitrarily just reduce it. You know, they'll say, hey, it's 55 gallons per person. So in this household and with outdoor usage, you get this much per house. If you don't meet that, and overall, they're basically saying, cities, here's your overall allotment of water. You have to police your own people. So if you're using more than we think you should, then we can penalize you. So that's part of the stuff we're looking at in the background and working with consultants to find out the nuances of these laws, of what the expectations are, or how far we have to go, how much we're going to have to spend to meet these criteria. So, and that's where I'm more concerned on the water loss, of figuring out what mechanism, whether it's the meters. Is it just meter replacements? Do I have to build an active meter or leak detection program where I'm physically hiring contractors to just go listen to leaks so we can find them? All the agencies are now dealing with this and what it means for them. The release of the water really doesn't have any benefit directly to Norco, only because that would be metropolitan water, which we don't normally purchase from Western. We could, but it's even the far most expensive water to purchase. It is a source that we have available to us if we become more reliant on that type of water, meaning I'd say our wells go away, Western themselves can't provide us enough water from Arlington treatment, we can then take our allotment of additional water from metropolitan water, but obviously that even creates our higher costs. So directly, the release of water doesn't directly benefit to us, but it makes more reliability, I guess, for the industry of having water available than we had before.
Okay, and then you say we have stuff going back to the 1930s. I know the Fifth Street Reservoir was, completed in 43, I think. So are all the pipes going to the prison, to the Navy base? Is that still all the original piping built during the war?
Potentially. Again, I pulled that data from our SCADA system, and just basically it gives us the age of all of our infrastructure. We've worked over the last year of trying to identify, pulling all the old plans and adding the dates and information into all our GIS. So it's been very helpful. It's still not complete, but it's much more robust than it was. And based off of the data, based off of the fact that we know it's original, we believe we have pipes around town that are the 1930s. I haven't actually looked where they're at, but I just wanted to get for the discussion today how much of our infrastructure and its age is out there still.
Wonder it's leaky. All right, and so then just last, the water that we're paying for is what we're losing, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Bia? Okay. Jim? Oh, I'm sorry. Mike? Go right ahead. No, go right ahead. Thank you. Jim?
Okay, so on, if we have an earthquake or some major disaster like that, do we have funds to help repair that stuff, or is that programmed into the money that we are looking to get? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, we don't normally program funds for a natural disaster per se, because I mean that can be obviously very significant. We would hope that in general we'd have some money in our reserve that can handle some level of improvements. Ideally, if you have $3 or $4, $5 million that's unaccounted for, meaning it's not allocated to a specific project that we could use for at least doing some of that work, because it may be 20 million in repairs, maybe I only got 3. At that point, you're going with the federal government, they're giving you emergency loans, and that's how you're gonna repair your infrastructure. But in general, you normally wanna have some money that's left to the side that's unallocated that could be for an emergency, similar to what's done in the reserve for the general fund.
I'll come back to me in our,
Okay.
you know me, I'll get something else.
Robin?
Just a quick question for you. You did the 2016 rate study. Was that also a 10-year projection?
We did look out over 10 years, but it was an adoption of 5.
A 5,
Yeah.
right? Okay,
Yep.
so with that 2016 rate study, how true are your numbers holding to what we're actually experiencing today?
That's a good question. That might be one we have to come back and reconcile.
And I can come back,
yeah.
yeah, you can come back with it, but if I can see like your 2016 rate study, and I could dig it out if I needed to, but compared to where we are today, just to kind of see those numbers
Yep.
side by side, I would certainly appreciate that at the next meeting.
And we'll, just so you know, we'll look at that too, because I know as part of, after the rate study, one of the things we did is refinance the existing bonds and actually took more money out to do more work. So we'll have to keep that in mind as far as where it stayed true, because we actually got.
Apples to apples.
Yeah,
right?
so because we took more money, because we got to lower interest rate on those bonds.
Okay. And then I don't know if this is part of the rate study or not, but I have 2 questions on like the state allocation of whatever the number is, 55 gallons per person or whatever. The first one is, you said that's based on population. So if we have apartments go in and we get, I don't know, 1,000 new residents, does the state allocation go up, or is that like every 2 years they reevaluate, or how is that allocation figured?
So my understanding and how they've come up with it, and they've been building this for years, is they look at parcels, number one, because they look at the number of units that are around. They assume a certain number of folks in each parcel. They also look at the irrigatable area, and they determine, how much your water use should be there. And they also have potentially exceptions that allow for additional allotments for animal keeping, large animal keeping. We've looked at that and determined that apparently we don't qualify for the large animal keeping because it's not significant enough in our review, as far as in what that gets us, as far as an additional percentage of allocation. So there's a lot of questions we have on it that we're still trying to answer with the consultants. We've been very fortunate that Western has engaged a couple different consultants to help their member agencies with this topic. And it's very fresh for a lot of folks, and we've been meeting with them to try to understand and get in compliance of submitting our report that was due at the beginning of the year. But we're all raising our hands going, I don't understand this. This doesn't make sense. And thankfully, it's 5 years out before the next compliance period, but we're already doing our work now because we got to understand this and what it means to us. Because when they told us there was a variance for animal keeping, but somehow we wouldn't qualify, just baffled my mind. It didn't make any sense with what our community is. So there's a lot of work I have to do. The consultants are investigating, try to figure out how they came up with their variance. Were they talking about raising herds of cattle somewhere? And you had to have certain things. So we're trying to understand that. So we can try to get every ounce of allocation to our community because of the large lots, because of the potential area that you can cultivate and grow crops and the animal keeping. We want them to understand that we're a unique community. Where does that come into their factors of how much water we should be using per parcel?
Okay. So then, I guess that kind of leads to, because the animal part was the other part that I kind of had a question on as far as the allocations. So my next question would be, the consultants that are helping us do all the things to meet our state mandates, that is rolled into this water rate study as well? Or is that out of a separate fund?
That, fortunately for this right now, is being funded by Western. That's the first year of this process. The future work with these consultants is factored into this rate study.
It is,
It
okay.
thankfully is not what I've deemed and gotten proposals from them for future assistance is not significantly expensive. It's more of advice than actually doing the physical work, giving us advice how to fill out the reports, how to go after the exceptions, what work to do. We need to do to document certain things, because it would be more of staff doing the work. They're just guiding us to help us understand the ridiculous bureaucracy in this process. Because I didn't feel it was necessary, because I have staff that are qualified in looking at this information to have them do the labor, but that we get the expertise telling us whether we're doing it the right way.
And so going forward, I don't see California lowering the amount of restrictions or things that they will make us obligated to do. So you don't see an increase in needed staff or staff time to complete the regulatory obligations for the water fund? And if not, because I just want to make sure that everything, right, is rolled into the rate study. And so if we look into the future, California is going to be increasing regulations instead of decreasing, which means more paperwork, right, on somebody's part. Like, just being cognizant of staff time and staff ability and the situation we're in now, is that something that's been considered as we're doing this? Because I don't want to have you come back later and be like, 2 years down the road, like, Robin, we don't have enough staff, all the paperwork from the state, like, we need somebody, and it wasn't already rolled in.
You're right. I've really tried, when these things come around, to try to handle it internally.
Right.
To see what we can do, rather than just default to, I need more staff to do, just the programming aspect. Because a lot of other agencies are just hiring staff just to do this. I really wanted to see what my team can do. They're already spread thin in certain areas when it comes to to Jacob and Donald, and they're handling NPDS and backflow and water meters, but they actually like this kind of stuff. But I don't want their regular duties, to be impacted.
Right.
So I'm hedging my bets, and maybe that's not the right thing for me to do in this case. Is whether I should give you worst case scenario is, no, this doesn't include maybe a high level of resources of outside consultants, whether it be leak detection companies that come in and help us do focused leak detection and studies, and what that might cost. I have not looked into that, but realistically, from what I've seen other agencies doing, you're talking several $100,000 of annual services just to keep going through the system, doing reports, and then it's a question of, do our internal team make those repairs, which they should be able to, or do we hire a consultant to get them done? Same thing with the reporting. It could be, do we hire somebody that just takes care of conservation and doing those aspects, doing the outreach for the residents? Because at some point, the state will come in and say, everybody's doing water budgets, nobody gets a choice anymore. And then we have that level. So I apologize if I'm trying to hedge my bets. I'm trying to be fiscally prudent and not put too much in here, because I'm trying to limit the increase for folks, but at the same time, you're very correct in saying I might come back in a couple years saying it's got ridiculous, I need help, and it wasn't planned for.
Right. Well, and I'm cognizant of who you're dealing with up here and the conversations that we've had. So I understand your desire to kind of hedge, for sure, because we've put you on the spot a few times. But with that said, I guess I would rather kind of know everything up front, but I also don't want, like, the sky is falling, like you said, and I wrote it down because I thought it was funny. A large rate increase is likely not palatable. Yeah, 65%, Chad's not going to go over well with our residents, right? But, if we can find, again, where it's realistic, because I just feel like if we don't know the whole story going in, I just don't want to be blindsided down the road. And I think just in general, if all of us up here understand and can justify, 9 times out of 10, I feel like our residents are going to be like, I get it. But all of us up here have to understand. We have to be able to articulate and go forward and explain to everybody, why this is being done. We get the rate increases just the same as they do, right? So that's all I, just want to have kind of keep in mind as we're going forward.
I think that's a great point. And if what I can do is part of the next phase, which will be more of the draft report, we can put in some more meat of the discussion and I can do some additional analysis now and then to make a judgment call about the resources we would likely need because of the conservation element from the state, and we'll highlight in that report, so it can be at least something that can be focused on to say, because of this regulations, because of the additional burdensome of the state and having to regulate and administer these programs, there is a financial impact to the city extra, and so at least it's additional information that we can point to that talks about why some of these increases might be needed because of external influences that are creating the problems.
Right. And then just one other item, I think, thinking outside the box about either, having interns, if there's the potential to get interns to do some of like the conservation or some of that, or looking into apprenticeship programs. The school district's starting to do some of that work as well. And I think our public services or public works would be a great place to kind of grow your own as far as future employees.
That's a good point. We
So-
do actually have an intern now that's working with Jacob and Donald, helping out in the trash services side also, but she's doing a lot of work on the water side. She's doing a really good job. Her name's Melody, but she's an intern, and again, it's maybe fostering, so she might want something further in a career and maybe work with us down the road. So we are taking advantage of the interns, and that actually was something that Jacob and Donald requested that we look into and worked with HR to do. So it was a very good, positive process.
Okay, very good. And then, I'm sorry, my last item, is there any way that you can pull information from various locations in town that there's heavy agricultural uses to find trends, to be able to have the consultants or whoever's doing the work advocate on the part of our community for the agriculture and animal keeping? Like just myself looking at my bill, you can tell when I am raising turkeys and then when the turkeys are gone. There's a significant increase and then decrease. And I think you'll find that pattern that anybody has production agriculture at their place, you'll be able to see the seasons and or when things are happening. And that can be used as data for our consultants or whoever's gonna hopefully advocate for our water allotments here in town.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to maybe get you with you on that. Just the records wouldn't tell me who's an ag user per se. So if you have some key folks, maybe we can focus on and that that are ag producers, whatnot, and that we can maybe use those as test cases to show that information and then expand from there. It's just I don't have any data that tells me who's
Where people are at.
really producing, have good farms and size and doing animals and ag itself. So any ideas you have would be very, very helpful as I can start that focused look.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Greg?
Yeah. Robin hit on just about everything that I was going to be asking, but I'd like to see more on what the cost is going to be when you do the different graphs of how much we're going to be asking these people per month on a general, across the board. Doesn't have to be exact, but if we're doing like the small one for $11 a month, or up to like 65%, have that graph so we can say, okay, we'll pick the second one, because I'm with you 100%. I know what we got. I've done services, I've done sewers, I've done waters for S.J. Burkhart, and our system's falling apart. My hat's off to you, you guys are awesome. They're always fixing our leaks, our main lines. The other day they were out there on Sierra for God knows how long, fixing a main line. They're highly quality. Their jobs they're awesome. But on the other note, on the horse end of it, like what Robin was talking about, maybe we ought to talk to Collins and see if we can just file a lawsuit against them. Because in that way we can say, hey, look, we're suing you. We want to be ag exempt, or we want to have more allocation. Not that we're suing you personally. We need more water, because if you stop and think about it, one horse, is probably going to get you about 100 gallons in a week. When I go camping, I fill up 55 gallons, and by the weekend I'm done. And that's on one horse. So if I have 6 horses, that's a lot. And if you compound that per year, it's up to like 1,000 or 1,200 gallons that I'm just on one horse. And if you have 6, you times it by 6. And going to the other usage one Robin was talking about, it's real easy. We could all ride in the truck with you and tell you who's doing what. We could drive by Kevin Bash's house, and there's gonna be a lot of water users there. Use his, yeah, you know what I'm talking. We could cherry pick certain ones, because we all know, you know, and we could, but you'd go to the old town, right over here where the Riley Gym is, there's hardly any horses over there. So we could take a whole block and use that. It'd be easy is what I'm getting at. We could help you, you know, finding the areas that we could cherry pick to get an estimate of how much water would be used as concerned other ones that don't use it for animals. And that'd be something we could use for, like, if we need to do a lawsuit against them and sue them to get more water. And that's just my thought. But my hat's off to you guys. You guys have got your hands full. Our system is just, and I hope we can find a way to pay for it to get, my hat's tipped for you.
Well, I appreciate the comments. I do want to clarify. I'd like to not think our system is falling apart. We've done a tremendous amount over the last 8 years with the assistance of council and getting the revenues that we've been able to get to fix a lot of the long-standing problems. We still have issues to resolve that are problem children still remaining. And we do have an old system, but I do want to emphasize that, you know, we are putting in the time and energy needed to make it a very good world-class system that we can be proud of. It's just going to take us time to really catch up.
Yeah.
And we're doing that. So work has been done. It should be acknowledged. It's just there was a lot to be done, and it's still there, but we're getting there. And in your other comment about wanting to see the various scenarios, in the study that you'll get, in the larger study, it will give you all the rates for every size meter, usage, et cetera. So you'll be able to see kind of in the individual, here's how I'm going to be impacted based off of the scenarios we narrow it down.
Well, if you need help,
Yeah.
what I'm getting at is you need help, just holler, we'd be more than happy to.
Yeah, on the ag part two, yes.
And as far as the system falling apart, I didn't mean it's falling, I mean it's constantly. Like I talked to Terry, he came up to me and when I was with Burkhart, because we're working for Harupa, and he asked me, he says, is this normal? And I says, well, it's a little above normal. Amount of the breakage we have. I mean, you're gonna have it just because you're in California and everything moves. You know, we don't sit still. But watching your guys work and how efficient they are and how they get in, they get the job done, and they get traffic moving again, they do an awesome job. You guys do an awesome job. That's all I got.
Greg, I would suggest if your horses are drinking that much water, you probably should look at getting Arabians. Mike?
I had a question on the amount of water produced. I didn't hear, the 15% is city wells. And there's a chance of losing those over fluoride?
Yes.
So there'd be no city wells?
There would be no city wells if we can't find a reasonable, cost-effective treatment, which is what we're investigating now.
So what would that do to people that are still on well water on their lots? How many wells do we still have being used, private wells?
I don't know that number.
You don't know how many?
Track the number of private wells on people.
But they're all being metered?
No, because if you have a private well on your property, you're most likely not getting water from the city.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not required, if you have a private well, you're not required to report it to the city, or I don't even know if you have to report it to the county. You might have to report it to the state. Sometimes they take records, but there's no requirement that you have to report it to us.
Well, losing the city wells would not be good. So so every cent, you need to collect every cent in revenue you can. That's very important, right? And so, yeah, that's what I wondered, if you knew how many people were on well water. Okay, thank you.
Well, let me ask mine, then I'll go to Jim and then back to you. On slide 8, you showed on expenses, what's the percentage increase you used on that expenditure line, like per year?
Yeah, so it averages about 3.5%. But we did look at line item by line item of the budget. And so, if we know it's health insurance, that's going up at more than 3%. If it's wages, I think we did 3%. If it's chemicals, we did 5%. So but on average, average is about 3.5%.
Okay, so then what's our monthly electrical on our wells and our pumps?
Well, it depends how we operate, and I'd have to get back to you on what it might be as far as costs. I just don't have those numbers in front of me.
But we use that same 3.5%
On at least
increase
3% on
for
the
like electrical?
Yes, electrical, and utilities, yes.
Okay,
And I think on water, we're doing 5% for purchase water.
all right. And then, and still on that, where you just showed the single-family usage, the $64 just straight across. How did you determine 6 units per single family? I wish I could use 6 units.
I think that is the statistical median usage.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
per month. But obviously, there's wide variations.
Okay.
And as part of the study, we'll show a couple different varying ranges of, maybe 6,
Sure.
it's 18, and maybe 25. We'll give you ranges just to see how much water I use, how much would that really impact me.
Didn't we have a category at one time, I don't want to say abusive, but it was like high usage residential customers that were,
No, we never had an individual rate that punished in that regard.
but not punished,
we
but
could
I mean,
im-
we categorize it as, using 80, 90, 100 units a month for
No,
their
we never
lawn.
really classified, because we're a flat rate, we never really classified
Okay.
anybody as with their high or low usage. We had an ability, if it's in a conservation year, to implement restrictions on usage. So if they
Right.
and we basically give them, they have to reduce by 10%, or it was 20% or 30%, to where if they went over their historical average, they could be penalized. But we've never had to implement that, thankfully,
Okay.
so far.
So then on slide 10, on capital improvements, of those projects listed, how many are carryovers from previous years?
So
Or approximately? I mean,
when you say previous years never started, or
yeah.
or
ca-
started
the-
but haven't
that
finished?
This list, is there some of these that are carryover projects that we started to fund last fiscal year, the year before, or the year before?
As an example, Caballeros and Indian was the previous year. I just never started because of what I was seeing as unavailable funds, so it didn't make sense to start it. I also didn't start it this year because of that. So, but we left it in there as a project. Corydon main replacement was one we had in there a couple years ago, but we then delayed it because we were going to do the street improvements related to, we thought it was going to be the truck route for the thing, and then that got canceled, so now
Right.
we brought it back in. So that, technically never really started as far as the water main project. Let's see here.
This is what I'm looking at.
Temescal
This
Avenue is
previous-
still there.
Previous year funding.
Yeah, I mean, like Temescal from 6th Avenue project, that's from 6th to 5th. That's been there for a couple years.
Okay.
It's almost done. We're ready to go out to bid on that, but it's been there a couple years as an example.
All right. And then my last question, and I don't know if I'll put this across correctly, but on the PFAS, since we purchase, is there a nexus with the blended water that we purchase from CDA and Western? Does that help us with our own wells in regard
Unfortunately,
to
yeah.
PFAS?
Unfortunately, it doesn't, and that's something we've looked at, is if we had an alternate source that was right nearby where our well water is, that we could blend it and reduce it down. But unfortunately, the closest location, and we've reached out to them, is Corona. But we need that source to be where we want to blend it, which is at our Bluff plant,
Right.
where our blue tanks are. So we need to figure out a way to get Corona's water, which the closest location is potentially at Corydon and River, and taking that water all the way to where the tanks are so you could properly blend it. We have some ideas about it, and that's one of the ways we're trying to resolve the issue of fluoride. If I can
Okay.
blend it down, But it's trying to figure out what that cost might be to build a pipeline that goes from Corridon all the way to the Bluff site. And in order to do that, what's the ROI on that? Because I'm going to spend $10 million on a water line, and I'm also purchasing more expensive water. Does it make sense?
Got it.
So those are things we're looking at economically to see if it can be done as an alternative. It just really drives up that price to a point where potentially, I don't have the numbers yet, and there's other things we're looking at to maybe lessen some of those costs. But that's why I'm making you aware that it's an issue, but I don't have all the facts yet to tell you, here's what we can do or we can't do,
Sure.
and are you ready to do it? And I think we should, and here's why. And to give you all those facts, it includes the PFAS, includes the fluoride, and also plan to come back regarding the conservation issues. Because as we learn that issue, I want to come back and give you an actual workshop that says, here's the actual facts. We finally understand them in our head, even though the state doesn't make sense, that we can educate the council and say, here's what we're dealing with. Here's whether we need to end up hiring more people to resolve some of those issues, to maintain us, to keep us on par, because we don't want to get behind in our reporting or compliance. So we have a lot of desire to get before you and give you education when we have all the information in front of us.
Okay. So just being aware of our time. Jim, you had a follow-up question?
Yes, I do. Okay, we talked about the pipelines and everything. What about our storage tanks that we have? Do we have sufficient storage tanks in the next 5 to 10 years that we need to look at for storage of this water?
The only storage project we have that we felt we need to do at some point is our reservoir number 2. That's up above the prison area up there on the Norconian area. That is to basically expand it to from 2 million to 3 million gallons. And then at that point, we think we have enough water of storage around town, spread around, that we'd be good. And because that reservoir is about 75 years old, and we've already replaced the sister one to it over on El Paso, and that's now a 3 million gallon tank. So we do have one project what we have in the current budget that we're proposing, but we're also in the 10-year plan, we're actually proposing to push that out at a later date because it's not as critical, and probably be year 8 or 9 if we were to do it in the larger capital project.
So if we have future development in the next few years in Norco, we can handle the future developments
Yes,
with water?
as far as storage goes, yes.
That we have, okay. And then just a quick question, does the prison take, or gets water from us, correct?
Yes.
They pay for any projects that need to be fixed on their property, or?
No, they're a direct customer, and so they have two meters, one off of Western, one off of Fifth Street, and that's where our responsibility stops. Once it goes into their property, it's like a separate country, and they maintain everything that they use.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Sherry?
Clarification, years ago, we were charging Corona to wheel water through town. Do we still do that?
I don't recall us ever charging Corona to wheel water through our town. I'm not sure who they'd be wheeling water to.
Our facilities to get water from one spot to the other. There was, this goes way back. I'm just
Okay.
curious if that was.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't in my tenure. I don't recall ever hearing about that.
Okay, let's go ahead and move into sewer.
All right. Let Chad take
All right,
provide an
so
overview.
we'll try to slam through this quickly. So our current operating budget for sewer is about $5.1 million for the operating fund. The system, again, serves about 27,000 residents. We have about 6,800 services, less of those services than water. And we have about 110 miles of distribution pipe for sewer. The age of the sewer mains has not yet been mapped. We're not sure how old the sewer system is. That's part of our future projects to go through that and map the age of through all our plans. But in general, because it's a gravity system, it's not under pressure. We've had very, very little issues with our main lines, and spent most of our resources currently right now on upgrading our lift stations, our sewer lift stations through town. Residents are billed a flat monthly fee, and commercial customers are billed based off of water consumption or registered via a water meter. So that's important that if we're not registering the water normally, if we're losing the production, we're also losing a charge on the sewer side. So just to highlight that. And then we do operate 6 sewer lift stations, and we do manage a regional, not manage, we participate in a regional treatment plant, which is the RCRA plant, as a joint powers authority with 5 other agencies.
All right, thanks, Chad. So we'll go through a similar analysis. It's a little bit briefer on the sewer side, a little bit fewer scenarios. So the city's sewer fund is facing financial pressure as a result of increasing costs, declining sales, and lack of rate adjustments. However, the sewer fund is in much better position than the water fund, which is the good news. Important to note that sewer rates have remained constant for over a decade, so you haven't raised sewer rates in quite some time. They were discussed during the last rate study, but they were never implemented. Sewer sales have decreased about 6% over the last 3 years. As Chad mentioned, though, the most of your sewer revenues are fixed because residential customers just pay a fixed charge. They don't pay a usage rate. So all the volume metric portion of your sewer revenues is from commercial customers. We have seen increases in sewer system costs over the past couple of years due to inflation as well. So your current revenues can support operations, which is a good thing, but there are not sufficient funds to address capital projects. So it's a little bit different than the water fund. So we ran similar analysis. We have a financial model for the sewer side. This again shows the no rate increase, no capital scenario. But what you'll see different than the water side is that on the sewer side, with no increases, you are able to fund your operating and maintenance costs. You can see that you'd actually be building up a little bit in your operating fund. And that's essentially because your revenues are a little bit higher than your expenditures when we don't include capital. And so ultimately, with no rate increases, you would be able to fund your operating, and you would be coming close to be able to keep your debt service coverage above that 1.25 going forward. So that's the good news. As I mentioned, though, on the capital side, once we bring in capital, it's a different story. These are the planned capital improvements, smaller in size than on the water system side. It's about $4.3 million per year. And I'll let Chad, is there anything you want to talk about?
Pretty much, I'd say all the current projects that are there on 2025 are in progress today. They're actually either in construction or they're about to be going into construction because design is already done. So most of that financial commitment is expected to be expended this fiscal year or early into the next fiscal year if the project ends up going through June.
Okay. So when we layer in those capital projects and we don't have any rate increases, we do see pressure on the fund. This is where I was mentioning there aren't sufficient revenues. So if we don't do any rate increases, you would essentially drop below your minimum target balance in the operating fund for sewer in fiscal year 27. You'd essentially go negative in fiscal year 28, and then you wouldn't be able to fund, you wouldn't be able to meet your debt service coverage. And essentially the reason why is because you'd be cash funding all of these capital projects. You do have funds within your sewer facilities improvement fund, which you can see would be expended. That's the orange bars on the graph. That would be expending over the next 3 years to fund capital projects, but then the green bars essentially would be the operating cash or pay-go cash that would be funded from the sewer fund. So if you do need to complete these projects, it's not sustainable not to have any rate increases. So we looked at what we would need to do in order to fund the capital, meet that debt service coverage, maintain that cash balance. And essentially what we're coming up with is about a 6% increase over the next 2 years, a 5% in fiscal year 28, and then inflationary at 3 to 2% in the future years. I didn't point out on the earlier slides, but the current single-family customer pays $51 per month for sewer service. And again, they don't pay any usage rate. A commercial customer pays $8 per CCF, per 100 cubic feet. And under this scenario, you can see that a 6% equates to about a $3 per month increase in a typical, well, in all of your single-family customer bills. And then you can see how that would change over time. So we had one more scenario, which was what if we took and moved a few projects out, tried to extend it a little bit. As Chad mentioned, most of these projects are already programmed. There's not as much room to move, but we did move a few of them. And under this scenario, we could average about 3.9 million per year, which would take a little bit of pressure off the fund. And what that looks like then would be 5% increase in fiscal year 26, 5% increase in 27, and then fours and basically inflationary increases going forward. A 5% increase in fiscal year 26 would be about $2.50 each of the years going forward. So pretty minimal impact to a single-family customer. So we went through that quick. If there's any questions on the sewer side, again, it's in better position to be able to handle the capital projects. It's good on the operating side, pretty minimal increases. Folks haven't seen an increase in their sewer bills for quite some time.
We'll start at your end. Mike, any questions?
Not so, well, the recycled water, is that offsetting our, are we able to have, is that recycled water as far as the cities, parks and things where the water line runs, does that offset any of the freshwater costs? Because not so much to do with sewer, but the aftermath of sewer.
There'll certainly be an impact when we do recycled water that it will reduce the amount of sales that we have in potable. And certainly it reduces our reliance on potable water in general, so it reduces our demand. So there's a benefit there in that regard to show less water usage, potable usage. But the amount that's going to be used in our system is, we're projecting less than 400 acre feet a year. Most of that's going to be from the Lake Norconian.
So it's not, those parks following the line are using it?
Not right now, they're not.
Oh,
But
okay.
our goal is to retrofit them to use it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Greg?
Where are we at exactly on the recycled, reclaimed water? I literally haven't got a clue where we're at on it. Or what lines we have run.
We're in the process of developing it.
Yeah.
And we have infrastructure in place in town. It needs to be rehabbed. We have a project that's going to rehab that internal infrastructure, and then we have projects that we are doing with our other member agencies that are part of RCRA in developing the development of recycled water to bring it to Norco and also to sell it to other agencies. And that'll be part of what we'll bring to you in the second meeting as an overall report. Hopefully by then we have our finite numbers of what the recycled water may cost based off of our actual projections.
But that's not going to be in our regular water bill on?
No, because
it's
you
gonna be
don't
extra?
take recycled water, so you won't see that in your water bill.
Okay.
It's only if you have an account and you have recycled, like if you have an irrigation line and you were near our recycled water line and you wanted to use recycled water, then you would see that on your utility bill.
Robin?
That's all I got.
Just a real quick comment. I understand the rate increase, like $2.50 is not a big deal when it comes to sewer, but just from a resident's point of view, they're going to see the bottom line number and see that increase. They're not going to separate, oh, my water's this much more and my sewer's this much more. So just as a note, like for when we're discussing it.
Jim?
Yes. Not really 100% familiar with our sewer system, but do we connect with, say, Corona or another city to take it to the treatment plant? Or does Norco's sewer go directly to our treatment plant?
Most of our water ends up in the regional transmission line, which is on River Road. And then which other agencies like Corona, Western, Home Gardens go to that same regional transmission line down River Road, which takes it to our plant that's over on the Eastvale side.
Now, do we pay that treatment plant? I'm sure we pay a large amount of money for a treatment to that treatment plant.
Yes, it's the
Now-
majority of our cost.
Who sets the cost for that?
The board that oversees the RCRA agency sets the rates for that facility, which we're all member agencies of. So every city or agency has a member on that board.
So I guess I'm getting back to the rates are kind of set into what we know those treatment plant prices are going to be.
Yeah, which we do.
Thank you.
Mike? Okay. Pia? Kevin?
Why has usage gone down? Are we impacted? What's the,
I'm sorry, what's that again?
why has usage gone down? We have more people.
That's part of our dilemma because our usage is defined based off what we read in the meters, because that's how we define it, which is mainly the commercial use, because obviously we don't read and bill off of a residential, it's a flat fee. So that's why we were highlighting that we're seeing a reduction or a
Could
loss.
it be the loss of like better nutritionals? Could it be the loss of those kind of things?
I think it's just part of the overall scenario of maybe unmetered water. I mean, nutritionals had usage, but it was so inconsistent, it wasn't like it was a giant drop-off when they left.
Or fiber?
Kevin? I'm sorry. Oh, Sherry? You're good? Just a couple. Chad?
Yes, sir.
On our capital improvements, typically lift stations, what's the expected life of a lift station when we redo it with redundancy?
Usually about 20, 25 years. They're heavy workhorses, and usually you're maybe at that point retrofitting the pumps, replacing them. You know, you may do a switchgear, but mainly it's the mechanical components. And then you might rehab the wet well inside and recoat it, that kind of thing.
Did you say we have about 12?
12, yes.
Lift stations? And the oldest one out of those?
9, or is it old Hamner? Yeah, old
Yeah.
Hamner, maybe Garula. And Garula's being, or it was already awarded, it's going to be
Right,
replaced, and Old Hamner is in design.
So we're catching up on our lift stations.
For sure,
I guess.
we've been doing a
Right.
lot, and that's why we're eating away our money fast, because they're not cheap projects.
Right, I know it. I won't ask about carryovers, because I know these are obvious carryovers.
Yes, for sure.
That's, I think, all I have on this. I have a question on rates for Colin, but I'm going to do it off record. If there's no other questions, Dana, do we have any public comments?
I have no public comment, Mayor.
Okay. All right, we got a little bit of time. Anyone else? If not,
Pull it.
okay, Mike?
Just real quick, we want to finish off a question for you. Part of this is
Okay.
where we're going to lead to in the next session. So we would like to find out is to help focus us on the report that's going to be next, is we have basically 2 scenarios for each one that we would like to get feedback on, or what we're planning on using as the basis of analysis in the formal report. So with the water, we were looking at 2 scenarios. One is scenario A, which was the original borrowing, and that's within everything being done within the 5 years of capital projects, but it was a higher 17% increase initially. Or it'd be scenario B, which was we spread out the work a little bit more over 10 years, which resulted in a 10% initial increase. So part of us doing the report and getting you the numbers that we need to show the impacts is kind of targeting at least 1 or 2 scenarios within water and sewer that you feel comfortable enough for at least us to begin that work with. Is there any, I guess I'd say, angst against reviewing both of them, or would you prefer maybe we just look at the one, which was the least impactful scenario? We're just looking for some guidance so we can come back with a more streamlined report. Doesn't mean you're going to end up picking this. You may decide later on that you want something different, but we at least want to be able to focus our report to have some meaningful data based off of 1 or 2 scenarios. So I want to kind of get your thoughts.
We'll just raise our hands. Kevin?
You know, just to maybe think outside the box, this isn't really answering your question, but we're in the process of doing our new general plan, and without water, we don't exist. And without water for animals, we cease to exist. Without water, and I'm just wondering, one of the things, it seems like since I've been on council and even before, we're always playing catch up with our water system. We're always playing catch up with our water system. And I mean, we worry what the residents are gonna think, and there's all these kinds of things. But what if we began to really think about long-term? For example, one of the questions I have is, our water system, if we correct the fluoride issue, do we have more leeway from the state in terms of allocating more water? If that system becomes larger, we have more reservoirs, we begin to plan for 20 years in advance. So if it's our water, does the state have the same kind of power over us that they have with the water we purchase from Western Municipal?
No, they don't. And keep in mind, the fluoride issue is simply you have to comply with state law. So to meet that level, and whether it's you're purchasing it meets the level or you're treating it because it's your own, you certainly have more flexibility in how you're using your own resources if you control them, because you can choose when to use them, when not to use them, when to rely on them, et cetera. But it also depends on what quantity is available. If it's a finite resource, which we don't have enough groundwater resources to meet all our demands. So, and so we are heavily reliant regardless on purchasing water. But our goal is mainly just to verify how do I get the lowest cost possible. And certainly doing our own water is the best way, as long as I can defend it that it's financially viable.
So I understand that, but I guess what I'm thinking is, what if we began to invest in greater infrastructure in terms of more reservoirs to try to control our own catch of water? I know that may be crazy, we might not be able to afford it, but if we're going to survive as what was just, somebody just wrote, we're the gold standard of equestrian community, how do we ensure that we can control as much water as possible? What would it take, let's say, to build 2 more reservoirs, to try to figure out and then somehow sell that to the public, to let them know that we're building water infrastructure in order to preserve and protect the community as much as possible, the A1 areas? I don't know, I'm just putting that out there, it's just an idea, but maybe we need to really think we have to spend more money in some ways. So I just wanted to put that out there. I know it doesn't answer your question, but without water, there's no large lots, because what are you going to do with them? You can only park so many motorhomes on them, you know, and they'll begin to get broken up. So that's my concern. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I think to Kevin's comment, I mean, I always said the way we approach it is strategically, but maybe at least my 2 cents on your question on usage right now at $275 a unit. I mean, realistically, what that comes down to is 0.003 cents per gallon. I know how our residents are, but the reality, our water's not expensive. The commodity. It's the delivery and the infrastructure that those costs have gotten just crazy insane. As far as taking on long-term debt, my biggest concern is, where will that be with the interest rates on long-term debt in the near future, and especially with the new administration? That may be opportunity if rates go much lower.
Historically, the state revolving fund has been about 1.5% to 2%, pretty consistently. A great value as far as going to that as a resource.
Right.
And I think it's a wise thing to do. For what David talked about is, you have an asset that lasts you 20 to 50 years, spread it out over time.
Sure,
Yeah,
right.
I would agree with that.
But it'd be in that range, 1.5 to 2,
Yeah, I think
or at least today it is.
I think we conservatively, we always like to add a little bit onto it, so I think we're saving about 2.25, but you're probably going to do better than that, given the state. So, yeah.
That's my 2 cents.
Greg, didn't we once talk about doing a automatic rate increase? What happened to that? At one point, other cities do that. They have an automatic rate increase that would follow a schedule like this.
Gosh, Kevin, I don't recall that.
Talked about it, but I don't remember
sure.
doing it.
Yeah.
Most agencies do an automatic, but it's limited to 5 years.
Yeah.
So in essence, when you approve a rate Prop 218, in theory, it is an automatic unless you choose not to do it. So, because it's already giving you authority over a 5-year period because you went through a public hearing, that those rates are approved automatic unless you choose to do something less. You can never do anything more. But it basically lets staff know we can do it, but as a discussion, council can always go, the economics been good, we brought in more money than we thought we were, we're not gonna do this next rating. Kind of like we did with sewer, we just never really needed it because it wasn't,
Okay.
it didn't get different because I started spending the money finally.
But you would set that up in a Prop 218 hearing,
Yes.
right?
That'd be part of that
Whether
process.
you, in 2 years, wanted to enact that rate increase, it's
Correct.
council's choice.
Yes.
Okay. Mike, you had a comment?
Yes, you know, we have animal keeping, and there's been the latest incentive for small plot agriculture. We only have, you know, we have 3 lots, residential lots, the A120s, and then the estates. Is there a computer smart enough to differentiate the water usage on those three different size lots for trying to figure out what would help with animal keeping and small agriculture? As far as, you know, because the little residential lots, like was spoken of here earlier, ain't even water in a front yard. We're not using as much water as I am with an A120.
Yeah, we certainly don't have the systems to kind of analyze that. And again, every property is totally different. Every property is going to have a certain number of people in it that's living there. They have a certain number of hobbies and habits. They either like the landscape or they don't. Everything is totally different in that regard. The reality is that Norco is just large lot. It's just different. But it doesn't mean people use water. I mean, I see lots out there that are barren wastelands, and there ain't no water on that property other than in the house. So there's no commonality for it. My thing, I guess, on this question I posed to you is there still a desire to see Public Works do the projects that we're seeking to do? And if so, meaning you're not asking me to just do less because you want it to be an even lower rate than we're proposing, then I need to go back to the drawing board to reduce projects to eliminate that. Because that's in essence what we're talking about in bringing something back to you is this palatable to bring, to move forward with, to do the further analysis to how it impacts everybody. In this scenario B, which is projects are spread out, but they're still getting done. You agree with that with staff that they're critical to be done, or do you honestly simply say, you know what, the rates are still too high. They've got to be lower, and that means if you have to do less projects, you figure it out. But I want that number lower. I'm looking for kind of that feedback to help us tell us what your priorities are, because we basically try to make it as simple as possible. Of here's the work we're looking to do, but here's how much it costs. As the decision makers, we want you to tell me, no, it's not palatable for the community, and we want something that is not as a lesser impact. And then we can respond accordingly. But for right now, we think this is a prudent plan based off of what we would like to do, and we've already been approved to do. But this is the time to adjust it if you want something honestly different.
So I say, bring back the cheapest possible, because that's what the residents would.
So don't do the work. Don't do CIP.
Let's do the cheapest one,
There is no such
and
thing.
not the two, the pair.
It's either do CIP or don't do CIP. It's just, do you want me to do less of it? Meaning we push the main brakes down, we don't do the reservoir. I'll figure it out, but I just want to make sure people know that the street repair is going to be delayed, that we would have done, because we're not going to build the street and then tear it up again. I can make things, I can do things. I just need to know an honest feedback of, is this something that you think in the end that we might be able to figure out, depending on the data that's in there, depending on the documentation, the evidence, the reasons that we provide to you that helps tell the story in the full report. Obviously, that's still pending. That, is this a starting point, or do you want me to look at another alternative that at least streams that down even more?
Let me throw you one. I don't know if it'll be clear direction for you, but I think the consensus of council, certainly within the last year, is stop taking on so much work, okay? And part of that was to get away from the chaos, okay? But let's catch up on our carryover projects. So I don't know if you can look to the future, but personally, I don't want you to keep piling things on when we still have all these carryover projects. So can you balance that some way?
Well, what I'd say is, right now, there are no carryover projects that we're physically doing. Everything is either a design or it's on hold entirely because the money's not there. So by default, because the money's not there, we're not gonna do the work. I don't have money to build.
No, I disagree with you on that. Restate that. You have carryover projects that you're waiting for materials, right? Long lead items.
Not in water, in sewer.
Sewer you do, okay.
No, but as far as
All
this
right.
example here, it's water.
Okay.
So because of that, the project list, if you can put it up there, most of those are only design, and some of them haven't even been started because I realize the money's just not there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what this discussion is. So for example, Temescal Avenue Mainline Replacement Project, it's ready, almost ready to go out for bid. That is probably the only project that I can fund potentially with the money that's left in the current balance of CIP. The remainder of those projects really can't be funded. The money is really not there for main replacement projects. The other one that's currently in design that's is an existing project is the treatment plant. All the others, there's really nothing to be done because I knew if the money's not there, I needed to start generating more revenue, whether it was through lending or direct
Okay.
rate increases, et cetera, to get to those other projects. It is the opposite for sewer, as I think you were trying to allude to.
Right, okay.
We were doing
Gotcha.
a lot at one time, and we got backed up on some of the replacement projects for sewer lift stations, mainly to supply chain issues, can't get certain switchgear, things like that, where we were literally having projects sit for 8 months and not get finished, in 2 of them at a time, but we were starting others. So your point is valid of trying to catch up. My point was more to highlight that that's on the sewer side where we're much better off. The water side is my immediate stress because there's so much to be done, and there's not a plan yet of how to achieve the goals of getting that work done that we're showing you here.
I think you need to look into long-term debt service. But any increase in rates, that's never going to be well received.
No, I know, I
Or
realize
you
that.
go with small bites. You have to eat the elephant one bite at a time, Chad, right?
And that's very possible. It just means you're really looking at a 20-year plan to get just this work done, if we don't meaningfully take a bite out of
Right,
that issue.
right.
But I'm only here to advocate to try to get the work done. I totally respect that you're the folks on the front lines that have to deal with the residents and explain to why we need to do this. And it's my job to give you the ammunition for that. And it's my obligation to do that. Otherwise, you shouldn't be proving it.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a comment real quick?
Certainly, Robin.
So I guess I'm going to have a little bit different perspective than my colleagues in the fact that when we did our last rate increase, I feel like we didn't have a leg to stand on because we didn't have proof of work and things being done. I feel like the last few years, we have proof that work's being done. And there's a pattern in the city that staff is working hard. So it's not like we don't have information to back up what our requests are at this time. And I don't think we had the backup last time. And we still went out and were able to do the work. And I feel like if we have the story, we have the reasons and the justification, I personally don't feel like it's going to be as hard of a sell this time because I think in general, most people know it costs $1 million or more now to do a mile of road. I think people know that you have been and your staff has been extremely prudent and then well thought out. We're going to do underground first, whether that's storm drain or water line or whatever. And then we're going to work our way up and we're going to do the whole job and we're going to do it right the first time. And so I think those things being in place, just my personal opinion, number one, gives you the backing, for lack of a better word, that you're going to get the work done and you're financially prudent and you have a strong staff to do the work. And then I think it gives us more justification to go to the residents and say, hey, look, do you want to continue the level of service and the level of improvements that you've been getting or not? And so I kind of think, do I want to go with a 64, 65? No. But I think it would be good to kind of put some options out and for us to talk to residents and talk to folks. I don't like going through these studies. I don't like asking for people for more money, but I also don't like the phone calls like my water line broke again or my house flooded out again, which we've had those circumstances. I would much rather deal with, let's do a rate study, let's tell the story and have our ask, than dealing with the back end where we're dealing with families that are out of their homes because we've had issues with water lines. So that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, I would also say, I mean, unless this tied it in the small print, was like long-term debt and the nexus with rate increases. If we can go out and borrow $20 million at 1.5%, your monthly water or unit cost is going to go up X, right? And then we could look at if that X is not a big serious impact, then you could modify your debt service, right? And go, okay, we do more or less on that. Does that help you?
I agree with you, Greg.
Well, I think I have enough information that I'll come back to you again. It's going to be this scenario or something similar to it. With, again, what we're going to work on is the meat and the justification. We're going to get the data, we're going to get the widgets, we're going to count how much we've done to date. We'll talk about how much borrowing does help in reducing the overall potential impact to do the work, and really just try to tell a meaningful story. And that's all we can try to do to at least explain why we're doing this. I appreciate everything you guys, the time you've taken today and giving us feedback and thoughtful questions. And I recognize this is a tough thing, but I also recognize your residents, you live here, and this impacts you directly too. And we're trying to be fiscally prudent. I do not take this lightly of what our responsibility is when we ask for this. But we'll make sure we put something together that hope can be done. I appreciate your time.
David?
Thank you.
Good presentation,
Appreciate
good
it.
report. Chad, good report. Anything else? We are adjourned.
Thank you.
And thank you, Streets. I'll call the meeting back to order. Would the city attorney like to give a report of actions taken in closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council went into closed session and discussed the real property negotiation and both of the anticipated litigation cases. There was no reportable action. Council provided direction to staff. Council did not discuss the last item, conference with labor negotiators.
Okay, thank you, Colin. We'll now have the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Bowen, and then the invocation by our good friend, Chaplain Vincent Ball.
Everybody remove cover. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Chaplain? Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. Let us pray. Gracious and loving God, you are the author and life of all created things. We pray for the families and loved ones of the 67 people who lost their lives so tragedy this past week. May your divine peace give them comfort through this difficult time. Now, Father, we ask for your grace and blessing to be bestowed upon the men and women who have been called to serve our great community of Norco. Help them to represent the citizens of Norco wisely as we engage with one another in regards to the good of our community. Bless the city of Norco that they represent. Bless our country. Help our legislators enact laws that would uphold the values and peace and justice in our land and throughout the world. We ask this in Jesus' holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain.
Yep.
Okay, I'd like to call upon Jean Ward to give us a brief general plan update. Oh, there you are. I was looking for you right there.
I need the. Oh. Dad had it. Oh, okay. Do I do it this way? All right.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Newton and members of the council. I'm here tonight to talk about the status of our general plan update process. And as always, I just do have one slide in case there's new members of the community watching this presentation that haven't been at all involved in our process. I just want to discuss what a general plan is. It's the overarching planning document for the city. It's required for all cities and counties in California by state law. It establishes the city's goals and priorities for the next 10 to 20 years. It is not a development project, but rather it guides land use planning decisions to help give new development a roadmap to follow. And it's really the place to memorialize and communicate the vision to keep Norco Norco. And we're updating it now because the current general plan is outdated with some elements over 20 years old. And so by law, we do need to update it to address current issues and new state mandates. And most importantly, the outdated general plan doesn't have the policy direction needed to achieve the desired type of development and public realm improvements as new development applications are submitted. So this has been and continues to be our overall planning process and schedule. We are on schedule. It's an approximate 2.5-year process. And we're currently in the plan preparation phase where we're writing the draft general plan that will be available for public review in the summer. A little bit on where we've been. As you know, we've had a significant amount of community input and dialogue. We've engaged with the public through many different events, communication channels, and publicly noticed city council study sessions during the first 1.5 years of this process. Fairly quickly, because this community is so uniquely rooted in an agricultural and equestrian lifestyle, we landed on an overarching vision statement for the general plan that has been shared and confirmed and reconfirmed as the engagement process continued. We also arrived with community input and council direction at 8 guiding principles that are intended to set the direction for the general plan policy, and these are something we've talked about over the last year and a half. And also fairly early on, we were able to establish what we've been calling the community roadmap, which is really the high-level land use plan that illustrates areas of the city that are intended for conservation, preservation, and also targeted opportunity areas for gradual change and improvement over time. And this is largely focused on, Norco's commercial corridors. So the primary focus of discussion in subsequent engagement after we established this has really been on how to make the best use of the commercial corridors to help generate revenues for the city while also preserving and enhancing the character and values of Norco. So as staff and the consultant team further studied the corridors and opportunity areas with that question in mind, we provided various illustrated land use and street design scenarios, or what we called alternatives, to help visualize potential future outcomes. And as you know, the primary opportunities we discussed were 6th Street and Hamner corridor, the Hamner corridor, in particular the area we're calling the North Hamner Gateway, and the area around Hamner and 4th, which has large vacant sites. So these illustrations had the effect of both solidifying a lot of points of general consensus, as well as highlighting some outstanding areas of competing interests, and they generated a lot of feedback from the community, most particularly around the role of 6th Street. So this led to an additional public workshop last spring, and then an in-depth discussion with you, the City Council, in a study session where we dug in deep on the outstanding points of competing interests to help set a path for policy direction for writing of the general plan, which is largely focusing on these overarching goals, which is to keep Norco Norco. Nothing we're talking about in the general plan is fundamentally changing Norco. We understand that the phrase keep Norco Norco goes much deeper than, of course, the physical aspects of the city. It's really about the community that lives here. But at a minimum, with clear general plan policies, we can try to protect through the built environment as much of the physical elements as possible that make Norco what it is. And the other goal is to make the best use of Norco's commercial corridors, as I mentioned earlier, in a way that helps generate revenue for the city, but also preserves the character and values of Norco. And this includes the direction to maintain 6th Street's design, function, and commercial services as primarily local, serving the local community and focusing on agricultural and equestrian needs, and focusing resident and visitor serving commercial uses along the Hamner corridor as the economic development driver and revenue generator to help support and maintain the lifestyle in Norco. So what's next? We are still on schedule, on track to have an adopted, updated general plan by the end of the year. We have been away for a while, but that's because our team has been working on the draft plan and policy language, as well as the program environmental impact report that's required by CEQA to adopt the plan. So once the draft general plan and draft EIR are completed, and with direction from the City Council, it will be available for public review and comment this summer. So the community will be able to view and comment on both documents, the draft general plan and the draft environmental impact report, prior to these documents going through the public hearing process, which will be towards the end of the year. And as a reminder, our website continues to be up to date with all of the information that has contributed to this process thus far for anyone who's interested. And that concludes my update, so I'm happy to answer any questions or take any comments from you as we finalize our administrative review draft of the plan.
Does council have any questions? Well, Gene, it's a good report. I did want to compliment you and your staff at our last meeting that we had in the conference room with various council members. That my takeaway that we were beginning to get closer to the idea of place over projects. And so that made me feel a lot better. I just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you.
So, thanks again. We'll go ahead into city council reports on regional boards. And we'll start with Councilmember Bash.
First off, as you know, I went to the League of California Cities. I chair the Tax and Revenue Policy Committee. In my committee meeting, there was roughly 80 cities, I guess. The biggest takeaways, and I was actually feeling pretty good about this. One, they were really pushing finding ways to fund project disaster funds, sort of coinciding with the fires. Another thing that's coming down the pike is AI, and they feel that millions, that's with an M, millions of workers will be displaced. And they said that if you can align yourself with the junior college. So we have Norco College. We also have the one at Parkridge that's going to be built, and the one in Urupa Valley, which is more of a technical college through the Riverside City College district. So maybe somehow we need to connect with that. But also, given that we have one of the few tech bridges in the United States, literally 500 feet from where I'm sitting, 500 yards, I think that we should capitalize on that and maybe look at the Palomino project in terms of some of those smaller industrial buildings for some of the AI work. And then one of the really interesting things was small plot farming is being encouraged in all apartment complexes, housing projects, and as one person said, it's good to get away from the phone and the computer and start playing in the dirt. And then just to sort of bring you up, I sent this all to you. Western Regional Council of Governments just bought a building at 1955 Chicago in Riverside. As you all know, and I wasn't part of this decision, we began a rental on a property some years ago that has just been a black money hole, and so we're trying to get out of that. We'll actually have to rent it at a cheaper rate than what we are paying in terms of rent. We bought the property with cash, $6,734.54 or so, 3,400 square feet, long-term financial benefit. Best thing we ever did was hire Kurt Wilson as our director. He's just awesome. And escrow ends in mid-March. And then the other thing that's happened, we did, and this is per the city managers group also, they are going to raise our dues, but as we pay the least amount of dues of every city in Riverside County, maybe Canyon Lake might pay a little less than us. I think for the return that we get, it's unbelievable the amount of money that we get through WRCOG. You know, we've gotten the bridge, good portion of that. We're getting all kinds of projects. Looks like the sound wall is going to go through, so I'm pretty happy with that. And while everybody's here, I sent out an email that I got from the Navy base just to warn everybody. All federal employees have to go back to work, which means they have 3,500 employees at the Navy base, and that means we're going to have some severe traffic issues. So just so everybody's ready for that. They're considering opening up the 5th Street gate. The problem is they now have the protocols that you have to go through all the rigmarole, so they're probably going to be wrapped all the way down Hamner Avenue. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
On January 27th, 2025, I participated in the RCTC I-15 Ad Hoc Committee meeting, which was just a general overview of the progressive design build process for additional express lanes in the South Corona to Lake Elsinore area. Again, it was just a general overview. It was very interesting. Nothing else.
Greg?
Yeah, on January 16th, I went to the Northwestern Mosquito Vector Control. They're gone dark this time of year because there's not a lot of mosquitoes, but they still had a meeting. They are introducing to start exploring different mosquitoes. They're gonna have them over there, which is gonna be pretty cool. I'm gonna go walk. They gave me a walk of the whole facility, and it was really nice. But one thing I like to mention, which Kevin and a lot of people that lived here a long time, back in the 60s and 70s, when we'd go out and play, you'd eat up by mosquitoes. And I never thought about it until I went over there, how good a job those people are doing by keeping the mosquito population down, bearable, all over the Santa Ana River. But I told them I would give them a shout out for what they did and what they are accomplishing. I ain't got nothing else.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I attended the city schools meeting and just a few updates. Highland Elementary, the library construction is just completed, and they had 7 new classrooms added over there as well. And then they are getting a furniture refresh at Highland Elementary School this month. Norco Intermediate is also on the list for a furniture refresh. Norco High School had their furniture refresh over summer break. And so any of the schools that are 50 years or older are getting new furniture in the classrooms. Norco Intermediate School also has added a theater class and added a ceramics class. And that's with some performing arts money that has come back into the system. Norco Elementary School reported that they have exceeded all marks on their dashboard, which is like the ranking system for California schools. Norco High School will be having their 8th grade parent night tomorrow night for incoming freshmen. And Sierra Vista has had their furniture refresh. They've gotten new lighting through the school. And then they will also be having an astronomy night. So if anybody's in the neighborhood, you can look that up and participate with that. And then on Norco High School, we should have the tennis courts resurfaced within 3 to 4 months. They are looking to have groundbreaking on the auxiliary gym in July of 2026. And then they were supposed to have a preliminary meeting on updates to the Norco High School library last week. So things seem to be moving forward in that area with the school district taking care of some things here at our Norco schools. So that concludes my report.
Thank you, Robin. And I didn't do much in the last 2 weeks. So let's move on to public comments. Dana?
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker is Charlie Sampson.
Good evening.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Charles Sampson. I'm a native of Los Angeles, California. I started riding bulls in 1974, and Norco was the 3rd rodeo I ever participated in. And during that time, I got a rodeo scholarship to go to college in Arizona. I joined the Professional Rodeo Association in 1978. I went to my first national finals in '81. I won a world's championship in '82. They couldn't believe a Californian could beat those Texans. So I beat the Texan and became the first person of color to win a championship in the Professional Rodeo Association. I qualified for the national finals 10 times. I even met President Reagan at a rodeo, from a rodeo. So it's a lot of history that I present to you guys. And to make it short is I get to host a rodeo in Norco, June the 28th. There used to be a time when there was a rodeo at the farm in LA or in Inglewood, and they used to honor me there. The PBR had a bull riding at the Staples Arena. They honor me there. So for years, I always wanted to put on a rodeo in California, just because people don't know that we have champion cowboys from California, and I'm one of them. And there's so much, trouble. When I say trouble, they're outlawing our heritage in the cities. So here we have Norco, nothing but a horse town. So what better place to let the city of LA know us Californians and Southern California, Norco, are not gonna bring LA to here. So I'm gonna host Charlie Sampson Rodeo in Norco in June, and I just wanna let the committee know, I appreciate you, having me just introducing myself. This is my hometown. When I say hometown, when I was a kid in LA, where are you guys going to? We're going to the country. We're going to Norco. So Norco has always had a spot in my heart. Like I said, this is the third rodeo I ever participate in. I rode here in the pro rodeo season, but now I get to come back in June, and everybody is welcome.
Thank you.
Everybody's welcome.
Our next speaker is Albert Nelson.
I did want to comment, you chose the best venue in Southern California with the best facility staff to assist you. Welcome.
Well, I thought I had the privilege of introducing Charlie, but he did a pretty good job of introducing himself. But I'm working with him and my wife both. We've been living here in Norco for 27, 28 years, something like that. So we're Norcoians. I've worked with Alma for over the years, great staff person. So we wanted to come here to kind of announce to the council that we are going to have a rodeo here June 28th of this year. I think this rodeo is kind of unique in the sense that Charlie Sampson's rodeos will have youth events as part of the rodeos, and we always get the community involved in it. I'm taking a class through the EAT program. I'm sure you're familiar with it. And so Patrick, he's gonna have a booth there to put some demonstrations and things on for kids for growing plants and things like that. So wherever we go with the rodeo, we'll always involve youth and we'll always involve communities. This is our first one. I think the next one will have some senior cowboy competitions that we'll add to it. Okay. Now, I got one question. I'm one of those individuals. I live on Valley View, and I see you have an issue in here about parking on is it the east side or so?
Correct.
Are you going to have parking on the other side of the street? Because there's no place for us to park if you do that. So we have, that's my question.
Yeah, sure. We're not allowed to address in public comments, but I'll tell you that your answer is no.
No.
But no parking on the west side.
So there won't be any parking either side of the street?
That's correct. But if you would like to discuss it further, our Public Works Director, Chad Blaze.
Yes, I would.
You have Adam.
I think my neighbors have that concern as well. So, okay.
Chad will give you more of the particulars.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Judy Tompkins.
Hi, Judy.
I've lived in Norco since my husband and I moved here in 1969 to raise our kids because we thought that was the best place, much better than Orange County. Anyway, I am here representing a group of people that walk at Pikes Peak Park, and we love that park. It's a wonderful park. The people that I walk with, many of us didn't know each other before we started walking together up there. We don't walk as a big group, but we see each other. We have exchanged phone numbers and we look out for each other. We go to lunch every couple of months. Well, our problem is that we want to walk in safety and we don't feel there's enough signage up there as far as the leash laws. There were 4 signs there, but one has been ripped down. The signs were about, or are about 12 by 14 inches, not big enough, we don't feel, to control the rogue dogs that sometimes walk on premises there. We've had people attacked, and we understand dogs get out. We know what to do if a dog wanders around that is just came on the property. We know where to call, who to call. But we feel like signage should be improved, and also to take care of the rogue people who have dogs there and don't pick up their dog poop. That should be on the signs. The signs should be bigger, more prominent, and also if there is a way to put that sign, any of that message on the electronic signs once in a while, that could be helpful. We also think that maybe the Citizens Patrol and maybe the sheriffs, if they could find it in their schedules to patrol up there a little bit more, be more visible, that might be helpful too. And we want to walk in safety at that wonderful park. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. I'll have Amanda Hamilton, she's our facilities director. She'll be able to give you some information on the signage and your other suggestions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jim Pollard.
Hi, Jim.
Good evening, City Council, staff. My question is on 3J, also on the parking on Valley View. I wasn't aware that there was going to be restricted parking or anything, so I don't know if that was going to be pulled, that I could comment on it more, because I know you can't comment on this.
It's up to the purview of the council if they would like to pull the items from consent for further discussion.
Other than that, I guess the two of us have questions about the parking as it shows here on your schedule.
Sure.
You.
Well, Jim, why don't I do that for you? That was item 3J.
Excuse me. Our next speaker is Rocky Lostetter.
Hi, Rocky.
Good evening, council members. How are you? Good. I want to thank each and every one of you for coming out to my house to look at the problem I had on the horse trail, and hope you understand it like I do, and I think most of you did. Unfortunately, Greg, you're the only one I didn't get to meet. I think you were in. You came, and we couldn't cross paths at the right time.
But we spoke.
I wanted to show. I don't know if I think, Robin, you saw it. Greg, I know you saw that after it rained, our rain lately, there was another rut, but it was towards the street. It had nothing to do with the pavers that I put in. It was the pavers that you're trying to make me rip out. The new rut is on the street, near the street, and it's from the water rolling over the curb there, and it just caused this big gully. I have a picture of it. I wanted to show it to you. I think you saw it, didn't you? Oh, okay. I've got it here, and I wanted to show you what it looked like. But a horse could get hurt in this, and it's there now. I can fix it, and I will fix it, just like I fixed the other. But I'm looking for a favorable decision on allowing me to keep those pavers that I put in, because it's safety, and this is a good example of why. Can I approach you guys? And
I think we're all aware of the rut that you're talking about. It wouldn't be appropriate.
That's the rut that's in now.
Right.
You saw it.
Yeah, we talked about it.
And Greg Robbins saw it too. Fia, that's you missed it, and Kevin missed it. Yeah, you saw it right here. So, but anyway, I'm here to hopefully get a favorable decision on, because that was a lot of work putting those pavers in. And it's all about safety, and I can't reiterate more about the safety of the horses and everything that those are in. And there's no ruts and no washing of the horse trail now because of those pavers. So I know it's, like Chad says, this is like a black and white thing, but it's not. This is a gray issue. And I think each one of these have got to be looked at individually. And this is one I think that, and I hope that I can keep those pavers. Okay?
Good.
So if you guys have any questions for me, I got 20 seconds.
Yeah, as you and I talked the other day.
Yes, but we
can't comment about that, but we'll be checking with the city attorney on how the five of us can communicate
Okay.
on that.
Okay.
So, but I appreciate you showing up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Our next speaker is Tricia Ottry.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. Thank you so much for having me tonight. I stand before you. You're having a packet be passed down, coming to you as a concerned resident, a parent, and a neighbor. I come with a simple but urgent plea. Something needs to be done about the reckless speeding on Vine Avenue. If you're not familiar with where Vine Avenue is, there's a map on the front of your packet. It runs parallel to River Road, and the section that I'm specifically talking about is in between Bluff and Corridon, the straightaway portion, which you can see on the second page. Vine Avenue has become a dangerous cut-through for drivers trying to avoid traffic on River Road, especially in the afternoons when kids are out on the road or families are outside. It is a long, straight, and perfectly flat road, which seems to invite speeding. And unfortunately, we have seen the firsthand consequences of this. On January 28th, a 17-year-old was speeding down Vine Avenue at such a high speed, he lost control of his truck and damaged property going up the hill. Thankfully, no one was hurt, but next time we might not be so lucky. Just 2 weekends ago, I was outside with my children. They were on their bikes, riding in the street. I had one of those neon green, slow down, children playing signs in the road. You can see the picture from Amazon that I posted in the packet. It was held steady by a wooden stool because it was during those fabulous winds that we were having. A car sped down the center of Vine Avenue and hit my sign and wooden stool head on, shattering it into pieces. You can see the pictures of that there as well. The sound was so loud that my husband, who was working in the garage, thought that one of my children, age 4 and 6, were hit by a car. I never want to experience that kind of fear ever again. We deeply appreciate the increased presence of sheriff patrols. It's been noticed the last week, but enforcement alone isn't enough. Vine Avenue is simply too long to have no natural breaks in flow of traffic. Speed bumps, speed humps, stop signs, or other calming traffic measures must be considered before tragedy occurs. I urge you, please help the residents of Vine Avenue before we're standing here discussing far worse than damaged property. Something different needs to be done to support the traffic patterns on our street. Our families, our children, and our community deserve it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kristen Jimenez.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for having me. I'm going to piggyback off what Trish just said. I'm her neighbor. I live across the street from her. So I come here tonight to address with you all the ongoing problem we have with people speeding on Vine Avenue. I have lived here for 10 years, and this has always been an issue. I know this is an ongoing problem on many residential streets in Norco, and the residents are wanting to find ways we can mitigate this. We had an incident last week, Tuesday, January 28th, in which a young kid was involved in a solo accident on the south end of Vine due to speeding and reckless driving. This could have been a tragedy on so many levels. By the grace of God, nobody was injured or killed, but could have very easily been. His truck lost control when he hit the dip on Vine, causing him to drive into the horse trail on the opposite side of the street and take out a neighbor's fence and mailbox at the house on the corner of Vine and Sunny Hills. The speed and impact of this caused his rear tire to pop, rendering the truck undrivable at the intersection of Vine and Corridon. My husband is in law enforcement and has previously served as part of the major accident investigation team, and he estimated the speed of the truck to be going a minimum of 60 miles an hour based on the scene. I have 3 children, and we are always outside in our neighborhood. They ride bikes and scooters with their friends. My son rides his go-kart on our street. My girls and I ride our horses up and down that same trail that this truck plowed through. What if we had been riding in that exact same trail at that same time? We are asking for speed bumps on Vine similar to the ones on Del Mar to help with this problem. I have a friend who lives on Del Mar who grew up here in Norco. I called her to ask when the speed bumps were installed and why. Her response was this, and I quote, "They installed them in the late 70s when I was a kid. Del Mar was a shortcut for people, and they would speed down the street. Someone hit and killed a little girl on a horse. Please don't let this be the next case for Vine as well. Do we need another little girl to be hit and killed on a horse by a speeding car to get the problem addressed? I hope not. Please help us fix this dangerous problem. Thank you for your time."
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Connie Fagerlund.
Good evening, and thank
Good
you for
evening.
your time. I am also a resident of Vine Avenue. I live between Bluff and Corridon. I'm a neighbor of Trish as well. And the speeding, I've been there for about 10 years, but I've been a Norco visitor for over 40. But the speeding has gotten really, really out of control. And I have heard that there's been opposition to putting in speed humps or speed bumps because people fear that it's going to be a problem for their horses and their horse trailers driving through. I've been driving horses in horse trailers for over 40 years, have driven my fair share of speed bumps, speed humps, a variety of ditches and so forth, and have never had any issue, have had any injuries caused to my horses of any kind. I would suggest that if you are driving over speed humps, that you probably need to mind the speed limit to begin with if there's going to be an issue. So I would not be opposed to having speed humps or speed bumps in front of my house if needed to slow down the traffic. Most of these people don't have a problem driving up the curb to go into their driveways or to park on the side of the road as they go to Ted Brooks' arena to ride. As the ladies mentioned, we ride horses down here. There's several children that play outside. And I ride my horse to and from the arena. I ride it around the streets. And thank goodness my horse is tolerant of the speeding, but not everybody, has animals that are so tolerant. And it would be a tragedy if someone was injured or even killed. And I would hope that it wouldn't take something like that, like it did in the 70s, to get a few speed humps put in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gary Wolcott.
Good evening.
Good evening. I want to thank you for this opportunity to talk to you guys. My name's Gary Richard Wolcott, and I want to start with November. This election, what we got as a republic is grace. And I look at our city council, and I'm grateful that we got new people on city council, Greg, Robin, and Fia. I thank you. I think this is going to make a great difference. Not only are we going to have a great difference with the republic, changes already starting, that we need much more, but here locally, we're going to have big differences, I feel, from these changes. I'm grateful for our president addressing corruption in the courts. We're having a real big problem with high-density, low-income housing, brown paper bags, If people here don't know what brown paper bags is, it's corruption. We have mass corruptions in the courts. We have mass corruptions with judges, justice of the peace, and others, and politicians that want properties for high-density, low-income housing and make a profit, stealing elderly people's properties in open court, in probate. It's disgraceful. It's happening to me. When they go against your trust as written, when they violate the law, when they violate the color law, when they violate the canon, these are things you need to know about. It's a disgrace, and we got to stop it. We got to say no to Gavin Newsom of taking that money for high-density, low-income housing. We need to buck up and have courage. We need to find other ways to get money. And a guy like that says you could steal $1,000 a day and you can't do nothing about it per day, it's a disgrace. It's a disgrace what's happening. It's, thank God for the good Lord that I went on January 15th to see if any new filings in my case. I found out the day before there was a filing for emergency order on the 16th to be heard. I found out about it 18 hours before the hearing. I went down there and they had an offer for $700,000, no escrow, same day for the judge to approve it, to steal my land and put a restraining order against me where I did nothing. This is disgrace, it's criminal, and God bless that we have the greatest sheriff in the whole republic. Sheriff Lamb is number 2. I tell you, this man has created a criminal inquest on this, and it's amazing what he has done. It's amazing what is being done, and the truth will be told. I thank you very much, and I thank you for having a new city council.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bill Gunn.
Hi, Bill.
How we doing?
Good.
Good to see everybody. Hi, Kevin, and Greg, and everyone. I'm here to talk about not necessarily change, but I'm going to encourage the council and to look at the processes and procedures that go on in the department right around the corner here for the city of Norco. I've been trying to build an ADU in my backyard, and I know I sent you all a frustrating email, and you all read it, and I don't want to rehash all the details about it. But for 7 months, I've been going back and forth with various people in that department, most of the time not getting any answers. And then when I do go over there, I get greeted with some of the nastiest people in the front counter over there that I've encountered in my life. And, you know, they're not, the people that I've encountered over there, many of them, Erica Woods Diaz, amazing. But we have people over there that aren't really there to serve the community. And that's part of the frustration that people like me who are trying to do the right thing experience when we go over there. And if I don't come and tell you, nobody is going to say anything. Nothing's going to change. So we might want to look at reviewing the people, policies, and procedures over there. And I believe her name was Lacey that I encountered over there that just, she's the face of everyone that walks into that building over there, and she represents you and represents the city of Norco, the first person I encounter, and I walked away just mind-boggled at how unhelpful. And anyway, bottom line is, in this last 7 months, I've experienced nothing but this frustration. I turn in the ADU plans, I don't get any response back. When I do get a response back, it comes in an email. Come pick up your plans, there's corrections to be made. I return them with those corrections. It comes back again with more corrections to be made that weren't on the original corrections. Then it comes back a third time with yet more corrections to be made that weren't on the original first 2 corrections. So now I'm in the 4th process of this with those departments over there at $150 a prop every time I have to print out new plans because they won't accept the old plans with the corrections on there. And so I'm just looking for some help here. We need to look at this. We need to work to yes And we need to figure out ways to help people that are trying to do the right thing in the city of Norco. And my experience has been less than that. So I just wanted to let you know, we do have really good people over there. Erica has been fantastic. She's the only one that returns my calls. She's the only one that gets back to me, and I'm grateful for that. I did hear from Alma, I believe, today and somewhere else, so I'm grateful for that. But we really do need to look at working to yes here, okay? Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Dr. Sigrid Williams.
Hi, Sigrid.
Good evening. How are you?
Good.
I come to you before you. Some of you do not know me, so I want to give you a little background on my experience. I am a retired police officer with LA County Sheriff's Department. I am now a professor in criminal justice. I teach criminology and a multitude of criminal justice courses, not only at Norco College, but at Cal State Fullerton. The traffic here in Norco, or throughout Norco, is horrific. It is not just on Vine, it is on California, it is on Pedley, it is on 4th, it is on every one of our streets here in Norco. Property damages are going up. Residents are having to incur that property damage. We have insurance premiums that are going up because of the filings that these individuals are doing. Personal injury has gone up, and the speeds, as Mike always tells me, the only thing we're missing on 4th Street is an on-ramp to the freeway, because we're seeing our speeds up to 50 and 60 miles an hour. It wasn't 2 weeks before the untimely death of Deputy Corlew that Mike actually met Deputy Corlew on Hamner at a red light, and they were talking about the enforcement that was going on here. Deputy Corlew said, "We need help. We need more traffic enforcement. We need a heightened police presence." You sit here and you talk about the reserves that we have. We need to spend some of those reserves, and we need to increase that heightened presence of our law enforcement to handle the traffic situation that we have here throughout Norco, not just on 1 or 2 simple streets. Now, yes, the complaints are going to go up. We know that in our criminal justice field. You will be despised as the council members for putting those officers on the streets, because it will be Norconians that will be getting those tickets. But in a year's time, year and a half time, despite what Rand might say or Stanford University might say with their statistically significant, no, we can't prove or disprove that that heightened awareness or that heightened presence of law enforcement exists, it does. I was a traffic police officer. I know what heightened presence and strict enforcement means. We need to slow down our vehicles here in Norco. We need to slow down our neighbors, your neighbors, my neighbors. If we slow down the traffic, we will reduce the property damage, we will increase the safety. We need to be proactive, not reactive. I ask that you take some of your reserves and you increase our law enforcement, traffic enforcement, and we start slowing down the traffic here in Norco. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have no further speaker cards.
Okay, thank you. Just for Sigrid and the residents on Vine, if you have time during staff general comments, I'll ask our lieutenant to maybe address some of these items and give a little update. Okay, let's move on to the consent calendar. Do any council members have any items that need to be pulled or would like to make a comment on?
I'd like to pull 3J, and then I'd like to comment on 3E, 3H, and 3I, just comments.
Okay. I'm going to pull 3I, Kevin, so.
Right.
There, Via, anything? Robin, Greg? Okay, I'll entertain a motion for the remainder. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, Kevin, why don't we?
Yeah, the comment I wanted to make is that
On 3H, right?
3E was the first one. I really wanted to compliment the finance team. Our investment portfolio, operating portfolio went from 86.5 million to 89.3 million. We made a profit of $2.8 million. I'm really pleased about that. A lot. Thank you so much. And then on 3H and 3I, I know you're going to pull it up, but I just want to comment on the fact that 3H is a Veterans Way, and 3I is doing from 3rd to Valley View. Right now, the only reason I talk about this is because I want people to understand we are under the most extensive infrastructure program in the history of the city. When I came here, Pedley Avenue was actually, and well, Gary can attest to this too, Pedley Avenue was gravel with oil on top of it. And so I just really want to compliment Chad and his staff, because I call you the Chatternator for a reason, and I really appreciate it. But I want people to know that more streets are being repaired now than any time in our history. And for a town our size, I just left the League of Cities. For a town our size, nobody is doing the work that we do on our streets. Nobody. And nobody can understand how we do it. Nobody can understand how we can have the police force that we actually have. It's not so much the motorcycle you buy, it's how do you pay for that 24-hour motorcycle person on there. So anyway, I just want to compliment you, and with that I will, and then 3J we'll talk about in a minute.
Do you want to make a motion?
Motion to approve those 3E, 3H, and then 3I you're going to talk about. So, but I'll make a motion to do all the rest, other than 3J and 3I.
I'll second.
Have a motion, second.
Please vote.
Oh, there it goes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Okay, thank you. So item 3I, I'd like to pull. What I'm recommending to council is that we approve this contract with a deductive change order for line items 14 and 32. I reviewed this with the Director of Public Works. Both those line items have to do with removal and installation of new equestrian trail fencing. And since this is on the contract, it wasn't listed as a subcontract. It was self-performing, that with the current prices that we pay other fence contractors, we could have a potential savings of about $38,000 if we just do a deductive change order on this. So that's my recommendation. Chad, if you want to comment on that, and then Councilmember Bash had a comment also.
And just to clarify for the rest of the council and the community, what we're recommending, the Mayor was talking about, is actually approving the contract as is for the full amount. At the staff level, once it's awarded, then we have the ability and authority to deduct or reduce a scope of work, in this case, removing a particular line item, because we don't have the legal right to reduce the contract here because we're awarding it as it was bid. So, but the instructions are clear, and we agree with the recommendation, because we can get that work done with our other contractor that is currently under contract for the fencing project to get that done for a much better price. So that's what we're proposing with this item, this change.
Kevin, okay. So I'll make a motion to approve item 3I with that explanation.
Second.
And that direction.
Second.
Okay. Have a motion and a second.
Please vote.
Just a second.
And motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 3J.
Yeah, a point of information, Dana. So if somebody would like to speak on this,
They can still speak because I have their cards.
okay, so you have their cards? Okay, so just so you know, if you want to speak on this item, your cards are here. What I'd like is just the staff report, and then we'll go from there.
That would be you, Chad.
Mayor?
Chatternator.
So we're bringing this item forward as the municipal code allows. We are able to place parking restrictions on certain streets that necessitate because of various different issues, whether it's public safety, it's a short narrowing of roadway, it's maybe an issue with public parking because of school areas, et cetera. There's all kinds of different reasons why we do various parking restrictions. In this particular case, we currently already have a parking restriction on Valley View on the approved on the west side of the road between 4th and 3rd Street, and that's adjacent to the trail. When we originally updated our ordinance related parking restrictions, we updated most of the streets that have the trail side of the street were eliminated for parking. We want to keep cars away from the trail side. When we did this project recently for Valley View and improving the roadway and actually adding a storm drain to handle a lot of the water issues that are there, one of the design restrictions that we had to implement in order to capture the water and is that we had to narrow the roadway. But before it was basically dirt shoulders and people could park, and we're parking on the east side of the road, even though it's a sloped area, because the homes in that area basically go up hills, and there's some sharp driveways, et cetera. When we did that work and we had to establish the curb and gutter to help control the water, it really limited our ability to, what we normally try to do is widen the road out. Normally when it's flat, we can widen it out to create parking on one side and no parking on the other. But because of the slope of those homes and majority of that area, kind of flattens out towards the north end of Valley View. But majority of that, there's a lot of sloped area where if we go too far in, we now create a really steep angle for the driveway to get in for a driver, and it just makes it untraversable. It's greater than 12%. It just becomes very tough. So we have to limit our ability to how far we go instead of creating parking, we're more focused on creating a positive experience, people getting in and out of their driveways. Part of that included brand new driveways that were concrete, adding that additional concrete behind the driveway to match their existing driveway if they had concrete, so some folks got to eliminate some of the dirt they were spinning their wheels on when they're going up the hill. So the basic road width is 24 feet. And commonly a lane that we'll do in any roadway is about 12 feet. And that's sufficient for a vehicle to traverse, but it's not sufficient for any parking to be accommodated. So as a public safety measure in part of the design, because we knew this was going to occur, that we put no parking signs in, and they're already in place. But part of that also is on the east side, and there's also no parking signs that'll be on the west side, is that we have to adopt it and add it to the resolution of existing restrictions so that it's codified, so that if sheriff has to go out there and ticket because somebody's parked in the road and create a safety concern, that they have that jurisdiction and it's documented to ticket. So that's the reason why we had to eliminate the parking, because we had to accommodate the desire to capture the drainage and the issues that are occurring because the water coming off the properties, and control that water within the street so it doesn't go across on the west side. So we had to restrict the roadway.
Dana, do you have any cards on this?
The first speaker is Jim Pollard.
Okay, Jim.
Evening again. Yeah, so my concern was that why the street was narrowed and why we're putting these parking restrictions. And I guess at this point, do the residents know about these parking restrictions, and are they in favor? issues that they've not had over all these years, now they're restricted with the signs. I don't know if the neighbors were, this thing was brought up to them that this condition would be issued to them.
I don't know if I could answer that question. There's signs up, so I could assume some are aware of it. But
I mean, in general, no, we didn't review with the residents that they would lose parking. You know, we didn't take into account who was or wasn't parking. I mean, there's certainly large lots and folks can park on their properties, but for public safety, it just wasn't possible to solve the issue of the roadway and drainage without eliminating the parking.
I understand that part, but do the residents realize that's why you did it? Or it's all of a sudden now they don't have what they've had for all these years, the ability to park there?
The short answer is no. We didn't give a direction or offer I guess like a media flyer to help them understand the new change.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Albert Nelson. Okay. And our next speaker is Sigrid Williams.
Good evening again. For the last 16 years, I've gotten off on 2nd Street, taken Valley View to get to 4th Street to get home. If you put signs up and restricting parking on Valley View on the east side, you are now taking every available parking away from public and from the residents that cannot park on their properties with that directive. I'm asking that you rethink this and you make them go back. I understand what Chad is saying. The streets had to go down to 24 feet. We need 36 feet to actually have parking on the street. But when you start taking frontage property away, the dirt area between a wall or between a building and the street, you take that parking away, you are now disenfranchising the residents on Valley View. You are taking away their liberties to park on the east side. The west side is the trail. I understand we don't want people to park on the trail or park next to the trail because that would impede into the traffic and into the roadway. But we should have thought this through before all of a sudden this is coming forward to council. Also, I would have to ask, why was this not brought to STUC? Streets and Trails have never heard this. This has not been brought to them. Why hasn't this been brought to them? They should have had their input as well. Thank you.
I have no further speaker cards, Mayor.
thank you, Dana. Okay, moving into legislative matters. Item 5A, this is a recommendation to adopt second reading. Oops,
We gotta
I'm
vote.
sorry, what I miss? Pardon?
We got to vote on that item later. Adopting the resolution 2025-03.
Oh, we
Yeah.
haven't?
No.
Well. We have a motion?
I know that street very well. It's actually a very dangerous street. And now that it's going to be paved and it's going to be cleaned, people are going to fly even with all the curves and all the different things that go on that street. When I was a kid, I wasn't allowed to ride a horse on that street. Too dangerous. So I understand the danger part of it, but I don't have a problem sending it back, let STUC look at it. And just let them look at it and see. I know you hate that, Chad, I get it.
The reality is there's nothing to be changed at this point. Unless you want me to tear up the street and remove all the improvements. I physically cannot and justify allowing anybody to park on that street because somebody will get killed. So I understand the issues of what was created as we were trying to solve a larger issue and what we might have impeded with some of the residents wanting to park on the street. And it's certainly a valuable lesson for me in regards to communication to verify if in the future in evaluating streets as we do and look at widening projects and if there is going to be a restriction on a street that we consider whether or not we want to bring that information to the residents to see what they would rather advocate for in regards to addressing and dealing with the drainage and or do you want to preserve your parking, and again, this was an extreme situation because of the slopes, but I'm sure there are going to be others that might have the situation. I can think of Valley View from 4th to 5th. There's some properties there where widening is not possible because the homes are there. And I wouldn't recommend parking on the street because it's around a turn and a curve. So I just don't want to give you the perception that somehow me bringing back for a discussion to STUC is going to change anything, because the safe thing to do right now is to document it that nobody should be there. The long-term thing is if you want that road demolished so that you can get their parking back, we can do that. I mean, we can tear out everything that's on the east side, kind of level it off, and there is no curb or gutter there, and they, in theory, can park on that ridge that would be left. But you're going to have a much bigger drainage issue now because we're not really controlling that. And again, I apologize if we created this. I created this because of that scenario that we weren't contemplating. But I just don't want to give the false impression that somehow STUC is going to solve this issue without a significant cost. And that's what I'm concerned with. But I take it on me as I'm in charge of that project, and if that ultimately is an item that council's disappointed that we eliminated parking due to the concessions, then that's on me. And I'll do what I need to do to help rectify the issue as the council would like it to be pursued.
Well, I guess I would have preferred, and I understand the problem. I started off by saying it's actually a dangerous street, and now it's going to be even more dangerous. But at the same time, it should have at least been reviewed by STUC. How do you guys feel?
I understand your comments. I understand the comments of the residents, but as much as I support our Streets and Trails Commission, this is a fixed engineering design that I just don't know if the commission would have had the input on that type of engineering to accomplish what we needed to accomplish on that street with the drainage and the slopes involved. Look at Corona Avenue down 2nd to 3rd, where that horse trail and some of those driveways that are almost vertical. I mean, that's another one of those situations where no curb, no gutter, no parking on that street, right? But there's nowhere to go. This is that same situation, okay? That you could widen that street, but then those homeowners are going to have much more difficulty doing that incline into that on certain of those properties. And then your drainage, your life expectancy on the road work, all of that is just, why even bother doing it in the first place? I'm just kind of curious, though, with that roadway being 24 feet, right? Does that somewhat self-impose traffic calming, that it's narrower, that you would assume an intelligent person would slow down to navigate that?
I would love to think that's.
I mean, could we do some?
But the narrowness is always a key. Narrowness is a key component when you're trying to promote traffic calming. Unfortunately, what we've seen in most cases, as soon as a road is paved, it becomes the new freeway.
Right.
And we joke about it a lot, saying we're finally getting it done, we're getting this, and then you're going to call me tomorrow with everybody speeding down your roadway, and what can we do to fix it?
Bring back the potholes.
It's it's a recurring issue, and it's a good problem to have because we're fixing things, but at the same time, it creates a different public safety thing as far as speeders. That's what I'd say as far as that. Narrowing is a common mechanism to try to use.
Just kind of a different point of view, maybe, Chad, on the STUC committee thing. I think on issues like this, it's not necessarily an item of approval, right? It's a here's what we're doing, this is why we're doing it, and then the STUC is an extension of the council about getting information out, informing the people, letting them know the correct information instead of whatever they might have read somewhere else. And so I think even on those where you're like, STUC is not gonna have any right to like change this, but making it as an informational item for them so that they can be an extension of us, they can be an extension of you to help inform the community and let people know. Hopefully, you know, diminish the pitchforks and torches kind of thing going forward. Because I understand, like from your point of view, we just want to get it done, we have a timeline. But I really do believe sometimes just point of information, you guys, like, let's help spread the word and make sure everybody knows why we're making the decisions we're making and what's going on. So just moving forward, maybe like when we get into these other tougher roads and things like that where people are always gonna be mad, right? When they lose parking, we dealt with it on 2nd Street as well. So that particular issue isn't a new issue for us, but I always think sometimes if we do a better job getting ahead of some of these things, it'll save us a little heartache in the end, so.
Yeah, she made the point exactly. We all know that street was designed in 1909. There's massive flooding problems. It's very narrow. We all know that. But like she says, STUC knows that too. They know that what you did is what you have to do. You really don't have a choice. We know that. But it would help us just to get the word out so that people would be able to know that we're not just making crazy decisions. So I totally concur with Robin.
And again, like I said, with the discussion, we just missed that aspect of the importance it might be to those residents in regards to, we're looking at fixing the storm, fixing the street, recognizing because of how we're fixing it, it's already going to be a speedway, that having no parking there solves the problem of maybe somebody accidentally getting hit or a vehicle getting hit, not necessarily focused on, is this really going to be a hardship for the residents that might depend on that because of maybe lack of space on their property or people visiting or just, you know, delivery trucks. And that is a reality, is that delivery trucks will be there and they'll stop and they'll deliver packages, et cetera. And people will have to play dodge with that. But I just think, again, for me, it's certainly a learning lesson as far as what we look at, because most of the time we've been successful on widening it, adding the parking at least on one side so that it's not eliminated. And this is just, I think we looked at it and didn't think far enough ahead to recognize we maybe should do additional PR with the residents so they're at least aware of what we're doing. And then if they wanted to advocate against it, that they had a time to do that before we went forward with the project.
All of those streets were designed to go around houses on top of hills to keep them out of the floodplain. So the reason they all twist and turn up to 4th Street is because they're designed to go around hills with houses on top of them. And so that's why they're all curvy and everything. And then later, they began to make them straighter past 4th Street. So anyway, what's your pleasure?
I'd like to say something. Kind of thinking outside the box here. It's going to cost a lot of money to fix it. I don't see that happening. It's going to a lot of money. And we need parking on it. It's nice to have parking on it. Just thinking outside the box, what's the odds of making it only a one-way road? And that way, and I'm not saying which way it's going to go in one way or the other, but if parking is such a big, big deal, we can make it a one-way road. We have them in Riverside, you have them in Corona. Have something we'd have to put up signs for a long time because people are really, but I'm just thinking outside the box to help address what their, and I would have never caught it. You know, I was in Chad's, but I would have never caught it. And it's not fair to go after him because we're all looking to we can't wait for it to get done. We can't wait to get the storm drain in there. And it's just one of those things that are just, no matter if we would have caught it, it would have never got fixed. It would have been exactly the way it is right now. But it's something that, you know, I'm just throwing out there.
If you wanted to make one-way traffic, I would recommend you put it opposite the cut-through traffic. All the neighbors can decide which direction the cut-through traffic comes from, then we could move forward. Right.
Thinking outside the box, because I get with Chad and I get with Jason, and it's hard sitting up here because you understand what he went through, and we know what you guys went through. And ultimately, everybody has to make that decision.
I'll make a motion to approve item 3J, and then if the Streets and Trails Commission want to take up a discussion on Councilmember Bowen's recommendation, I'm fine with that also. But motion to approve item 3J.
Please vote. And motion carries unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Okay, 5A. Alma? Yeah, correct. This is a second reading. Alma, if there's just any questions of staff?
I move to approve ordinance number 1128.
Second.
Motion second.
Please vote. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, moving into discussion and action items, I'm going to call upon the city clerk. This order of presentation for discussion will be a staff report, council questions to staff, public comment, council discussion, and action. Dana.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight we will be discussing the Planning Commission, one unscheduled vacancy, term ending June 2026. And the requirements for this position will be, according to the municipal code 2.22040, be a citizen of the United States, be a resident of the city, student, or employed in the city, be at least 18 years of age, be registered to vote, take and file with the city clerk the oath required by section 36507 of the California Government Code, and no felony conviction. Recruitment public notice was released by the city clerk's office on January 13, 2025, posted online, noted in top stories and social media. Application deadline was January 23, 2025. Applications were received and provided to council for review. The process tonight, applicants will be invited to speak for up to 3 minutes each to introduce yourselves. I am sorry, I cannot speak tonight. City Council will either vote to appoint an applicant to the Planning Commission at this meeting tonight, or direct the city clerk to schedule interviews with applicants completed, appoint following interviews. If council proceeds with appointment at this meeting, the city clerk will provide a ballot to each council member to make the appointment to the Planning Commission at this meeting. City clerk will tally the votes and announce appointments. Appointees must receive at least 3 votes to be considered. If council decides to direct city clerk to schedule interviews, this item will be completed, and the city clerk will reach out to applicants with an interview date within the week of this meeting. And with that, if council doesn't have any questions, I'll go ahead and call up those that have submitted a speaker card to speak on their behalf this evening. Any questions? If you are an applicant and you have not filled out a speaker card, please do so and bring it up to the front. The first person to speak is Jarrett Young.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Jarrett Young. I'll be brief. I know it's getting later. I'm a 23-year resident of the city of Norco. My wife and I moved here. We raised our 2 children here. They both attended Norco High School. Great city to live and raise a family in. I recently retired. In July, I retired after 31 years at the Anaheim Police Department. The last 12 years I spent as a police captain in our executive leadership position. And in that time, I got to work a lot with our planning department, code enforcement, the various roles I've had at the police department, and realized just how important the planning commission is and how important it is to, make good decisions for the future of the city. I've seen decisions that were made that were good and decisions that were made that were not so good. And I want to see that Norco continues to make good decisions. People want to come here. They want to raise a family like I did. We want to preserve Norco for the way it is. We want to keep Norco. I have some time, and I spent a lot of time in the city where I worked. I was on the board of directors for the Boys and Girls Club, spent a lot of time in Anaheim. Now I'm retired, and I want to spend some time giving back to the community where I raised my family that I call home. So I appreciate your consideration. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next applicant is Mike Williams.
Hey, Mike.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor, council, staff. Appreciate the opportunity. I've been on STUC Commission, I believe, for about 6 years now. I've been a resident here for 16 years. Been involved in many different volunteer areas over the city, and I really truly believe in this town. I think those of you who know me know this is where my heart's at and what I stand for. I've enjoyed my time on STUC, and obviously if not chosen, I hope to stay there because that, again, that's my way of giving back. In conversation I've had, I've understood that you thought being an architect or an engineer, being able to read blueprints, CADs, anything like that might be a good step for me. I've got 41 years in transportation. I do not know how to read a CAD or any plans or anything like that. To me, what's most important is maintaining our PACA, our historical agreements, and walking that tightrope to protect our town from the forces that are outside, Corona, Eastville, Riverside, and so on, and maintain what we have here. That I can do, and that's where my heart lies, is maintaining our horse towns. Vitally important to me, and I'm sure to everybody in this room. So this would be my opportunity to take a next step in our city government, and I would certainly appreciate your consideration. And I know you'll make the right decision, whatever it is. All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Shannon Chadzitsky. Sorry, Shannon. I can't say much tonight.
Hi, Shannon.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Good.
So good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Shannon Chizicki, and I've had the pleasure of calling Norco my home for the past 24 years. I professionally have been in the real estate industry for 27 years. Some of my might recognize me from seeing my postcards and my for sale signs. My work in real estate made me very familiar with land use, zoning, variances, new construction, and the permitting process. I additionally have been riding and showing horses for most of my entire life at the national level, which has given me the perspective of how unique Norco is and how we need to keep it an equestrian-friendly community. But just not for horses, but for all animals. I'd be very grateful to have the opportunity to serve on the Planning Commission, and thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Our next applicant is Catherine Fiore.
Hi, Catherine.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
Council members, staff. Nice to see you all again. My name is Kathy Fiore. I've lived here in Norco 8 years, and for a little over 7 of those years was very happy to be serving in the Community Development Division of the City of Norco. Starting out as a planning aide, part-time, and then transitioning to a kind of a combination position of planning aide and code enforcement officer. That then grew into full-time code enforcement, and just before I retired in August, I was serving as a code enforcement supervisor. This leg of service, I actually began in the trucking industry and spent 20 years there, went into construction and property management for another 20 years, and then had a little break to homeschool our kids, and then went back into a career path. In that time, all three of those careers don't seem like they would automatically blend into anything relevant to today, but taking from all three of those, I found myself in code enforcement being able to understand and have a much bigger picture of what our citizens and businesses are attempting to do as they want to develop their properties or improve their visibility as a business. And so a lot of what I gained in those years kind of funneled into having a compassion for the applicants who oftentimes started off with probably less than zero possibility of getting approvals, to being able to assist them through the code enforcement process, learning how they maybe could change up their plan and to comply with the ordinances that are in place. I took a lot of joy in spending time with our residents, businesses, our local law enforcement, county individuals who all played a role in how our citizens and businesses were able to accomplish what they were setting out to achieve. What I bring to the table is varied, and it comes from probably more recent experience. But I too feel that my time in construction helped because I spent a lot of time with city councils and planning commissions in trying to get specific institutional projects underway and finalized. So, thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to note too, on the dais for you both, Michelle Heasley, applicant, and Dean Chase, applicant, both sent emails. Both were became sick and thought it would be better to stay home, and we all agreed. But they did send emails on their behalf of their interest. We do have one non-applicant card, Gary Walcott, to speak on public comment for this item.
Hello again.
Actually, not a comment. You know, never in a million years would I think I'd say this, but the corruption is so bad. I would join you. I would be part of this. I've lived here 64 years. Our family has lived here 71 years at the El Camino Nursery. I busted my butt from a little boy until now for what we have. I'd like to be a part of improving law enforcement, a place where people have peace, where they have education that is a choice of education. I'd like this. I'm very much to the right. I believe in choice. I believe that if a person wants private education, a charter education, or whatever, we need to be there for our kids. We need to make this city safer. I am a person that believes in integrity, values, ethics, morality. I believe in no nonsense. I'm a genuine person, likey or no likey. I'm going to tell you what I think. And never in a million years I think I'd do this, but I would love to be part of cleaning this place up. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I have no further public comment, Mayor.
Well, I guess the choice now, Dana, is do we
either make the choice to appoint from the applicants that you have reviewed in your packet after hearing their testimony this evening, and also emails, or if you would choose to do an interview process where I would contact the applicants at a later date, you would do a special meeting and hold interviews and choose that person at that time.
And with that list of applicants for interviews, that would be determined by council. It wouldn't be the entire list.
That would be your purview. You could make that decision on the motion.
Thoughts? Robin?
I'm good with voting this evening.
I've already decided.
I actually would like the opportunity to have interviews and more discussion amongst council as to the dynamics of the current planning commission and what all the current commissioners, what they bring. And I think it's worth a discussion amongst ourselves.
Kevin?
I would like to select tonight, at least until Fia said what she just said, since she just came off of the Planning Commission. But I guess for me, and this is a compliment, I know sometimes being on the various commissions can be very difficult, but quite honestly, for example, we have one who's on the Historic Commission. She has the credentials to be there, which gives that commission state of California validity. Quite honestly, I can't imagine Mr. Williams being anywhere else right at the moment because he plays a pivotal role. He's kind of the big dog on that commission, and he plays a very important role. No, he's the subtle one. But my point is as I always tell people, I think it was 2 or 3 times I didn't get selected for Park and Rec Commission, and then I ended up serving 10 years. I see a couple of very good candidates that could actually serve this really well, and what's happening in the last couple of years is we're just getting really good friggin' people. I mean, really good people. And what I hope is that even if you don't get selected tonight, you please join, do something. There's one person here that they'd be excellent on Park and Rec. So, and we got an opening coming up here pretty soon. So I'm, as much as I kind of want to go along with Fia, I'm willing, I'd kind of like to, I think I can pick tonight.
I would just need a motion and a second for either A or B on the motion.
I make a motion to select tonight, or A, is that A?
I second it. You have a motion and a second.
Please vote for option A, appoint an applicant to the Planning Commission, unscheduled vacancy, term ending June 26.
Under discussion. If we have a split vote and we go a couple of rounds, can we always come back to say, let's interview? Okay, thanks.
Where did our screen died? Sorry. The motion passes with Councilmember Sullivan voting no. We have lost.
Good for you. Yeah, I like it.
So I will now pass out the information for you to vote, your ballot, excuse me. Couldn't think of the words. Missed one council meeting and I can't talk. Three votes to be appointed.
So, Mr. Young, you are an authenticator for Major League Baseball. That is pretty cool. So like when they catch a foul ball, you make sure that they authenticate it, or hand a kid a glove, you authenticate it, stuff like that? Wow, that's very cool. Which team? That's kind of like the White Sox, so.
Okay, this one was easy. Thank you. And with 3 votes, we have Catherine Fiore has been appointed to the Planning Commission. Congratulations, Catherine. And I'll be getting with you within the next couple days. And thank you, we're done with that item. We have all these.
City Council and staff communications, and we'll start with city staff. Dana, since you can't speak, do you have anything to say?
Well, great. No, thank you to all that reached out and all the support and love from the accident a few weeks ago. And I just have to say, Norco has done me and my husband and my family really well, from the tow company to the collision company and everybody in between. My husband is pretty sold on Norco. And I don't think I would ever say that with him. He loves Riverside, but I just want to say thank you to everybody and the council for reaching out and checking on us and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Chad?
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to offer the council a suggestion in regards to the discussion or request from Rocky regarding his pavers. If you'd like, we can take that item to STUC to talk about, to get their feedback that I can bring back to council regarding what actions, if anything, they want to take on that issue.
Okay. I don't have a real problem with it. I was more concerned on, Colin, since all of us have looked at it, that how do we give clear direction to staff? That staff has a standard to follow, okay? And that when there's the certain one-off situations, that I don't think staff should be the one making that decision or be burdened with it. I think it should come to council. So I was more concerned on direction to council, and then how would the 5 of us discuss a certain situation, like this one in this case? Or do you feel that Streets and Trails Commission should look at it?
Streets and Trails could look at it, but if council wanted to discuss it, it would have to go through the normal agenda
Right.
process.
Because it's an ask for an exception, correct, basically, from the standard.
In general, yes. I mean, that's certainly what
Right.
the resident is asking for. We just don't have a process that allows that.
Right.
Nothing formal.
Where STUC has the standard. I mean, that's all they can go by is standard, right?
I guess what I would is going to offer, at least they come back with an opinion about whether there should be exceptions or not, and if so, how we might solve those as they come up, if there's a
Okay.
suggestion the way it's
All
done,
right.
so that there's at least an opportunity especially for, I apologize, I don't remember Rocky's name. I'll just say Rocky. I just
Sure.
met him out there, so I feel we know each other. That, you know, he has an opportunity then to talk with the full STUC regarding his concerns, and they can ask questions in general. And then if anything, we can come up with, you know, the standard, if that's what we want to do, or is there a way to create a process for the one-offs and how that would be applied, that we could bring back to council to say, this is how we recommend it to either keep it the standard as our recommendation, or here's what we've come up with, and do you think this is a proper way to try to deal with the one-offs?
Okay, so then my only thought on that, I'm fine with that, is your availability of your next meeting to discuss that specific case, right? But since it's a code enforcement action, wasn't he noticed that here was the violation and you have like X amount of days to remove that? Do we
Yes.
stay that?
Yeah, I mean,
Correction?
we already have it basically stayed. I mean, because
Okay.
when I met with Rocky out at his property, I understood he wanted to go advocate the council, and I said that was fine, and we would hold off on any future enforcement while he had a chance to at least advocate for himself.
Okay.
And that process, in my mind, is still continuing. So it doesn't hurt anything to continue that at least to the next meeting, and potentially past that if it goes back to council with further discussion. You know, so it's just part of the discussion, and at this point, I'm comfortable with that.
Robin, you think direct it to staff? To go to STUC?
Well, yeah, because we just had the whole discussion on STUC and all the things. So yes, I think it should go.
And if you send
Go
it back,
back
if
there.
you, if you send it back to him too, my real concern is actually the west end of his driveway. On the other person's property, there's actually a really dangerous drop there.
Right.
And I think that they need to look that whole thing, which is, that concerns me more than the pavers, actually. So.
Well, and I
Pretty-
think,
I-
sorry,
Oh, I'm-
Mr.
no, I'm
Mayor,
sorry.
I just
I was going to say, I
interrupted you.
already gave Rocky a design how to fix it. All it takes is money now.
Yeah,
Sorry,
well, and I
Robin.
do like Chad's suggestion that coming up with a policy, because we get these ones here and there all the time, and so having a policy or procedure kind of in place, or a direction to send folks, I think is a good idea, so.
Greg?
I walked it extensively. I went even down and talked to a couple other homeowners. And I went back there today and took pictures so I could get it in my head. And Kevin's right, and Greg's right, it has a drop-off. And I made a suggestion that we should take railroad ties and put them in an angle like we do when we have trails to divert the water so it doesn't erode down the middle of it. And that way the horses can just step over it. They're like 2-3 inches above, their tripping hazard. But it's going to be a tripping hazard no matter what when there's a ditch going across it with water or down the center of it. But I think that's something that one of us should walk with Chad or as a group. I don't know what the process would be, but ultimately it's going to be Chad's decision what he wants to do. We just give him.
Well, Greg, it would be, let's let Chad schedule it with Streets and Trails Commission. Okay? And let Streets and Trails bring it back, their recommendation to council, and it'll be our decision.
Okay.
Okay? Okay? Amanda?
Pikes Peak Park, the playground replacement project started on Tuesday. They really have the swings demoed. You'll see a lot of big trucks out there, so be careful. The contractor will be out there. We will be shutting down the restroom during this time. We tried to come in through the back of the park, but the trucks kept getting stuck in in the turf there. So we're going through 6th Street. So we will have a temporary bathroom out there, but just to let everybody know that we are working out there, and they should be done by the end of April, early May. Thank you.
And we're going to address that sign issue about dogs and.
Absolutely. And now really, I was telling Judy that right now is really the time that we can do this, because a lot of it's shut, that whole area is shut down by the playground. So we will definitely look at that, and we will also work with animal control.
And you're dialed in on the rodeo in June.
Yes, I'll be talking with Patrick tomorrow.
All right.
Just a second.
Yeah.
The conversation we had about the Eagle Scout, what a better way of putting one of his projects, or putting signs up, going up to Pumpkin Rock or up there. I mean, he wants to do a horse trail, a horse tie. This is something we could throw out there when he speaks to you.
We could look at that, yeah,
It'd
definitely.
be something that he could, he's a Boy Scout,
Yeah.
it's a trail.
And just for the council, I spoke with a council member, Bowen. Councilmember Bowen earlier today. It was about an Eagle Scout project for a young gentleman that lives in Los Angeles, and it was a potential for a hitching post at Ingalls or a water trough. So we are working on that, and that's what our conversation was about.
Okay. You're good? Lieutenant? I move left, you move right. I saw that.
Getting ready to get out, but started talking. Good evening, council and community members, Norco. We are aware of the speeding issues on the noted streets. We are actively targeting traffic enforcement in these areas. As you know, we did lose our motor earlier this month, so that has been definitely impacted our traffic ability and our enforcement. Obviously taking our 3-person traffic team down to 2. In order to try to combat that, we have been trying to utilize some of our budgeted funds to do traffic operations to target these areas. So I do appreciate, I think you noticed that they have been out more often. We have your set deputies, which are the special enforcement team. Our Deputy Wittenberg, the homeless outreach, she's been out. They're all traffic trained, so they are trying to take up some of that slack in these areas. And we do use the traffic data based on where accidents are occurring, specifically like they were talking about the Vine Street. So that was one of the areas on the 30th and 31st the deputies were out at, and they were writing citations for speeding. Specifically in that area, Vine and Driftwood, there were 4 cites written during this specific operation that day for speeding. Along with Corridon and Bluff, several violations, stop sign, and speeding as well. So during that operation, there were 42 cites written, 3 traffic deputies out on top of just normal patrol to try to have that high visibility that the citizens were talking about. Also, January 3rd, there was a traffic operation on speeding and other moving violations, and 47 cites were written during that, and there were 6 deputies out, and that was when Deputy Corlew was still here. So Deputy Corlew did write about 100 to 200 cites just on his own each month, so it is a burden to try to produce that much without a motor, but we are in the process of trying to do our best with what we have. Public Works would be, as far as the speed bumps, I can't speak to that. That's a Public Works question. And then regarding the need for more deputies, we're here to support the city of Norco. Obviously, the Sheriff's Department, Norco is our oldest contract, so obviously there's budget issues that would need to be addressed on adding deputies, but we're more than happy to work with the city to try to combat any traffic issues.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Colin?
Nothing, Mayor. Thank you.
City Manager? Alma? Councilmember Bowen?
No, I'm good.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take a minute and thank staff, particularly when it comes to the event center and all the events going on. I'm really happy to see multiple events going on at the different venues all at one time. It makes me very happy. Friday night, the junior high was having their dance. The barn was being set up. We had the RC cars going on and all kinds of things. And so having all the venues at the event center going all at the same time brings me a lot of joy. So thank you, and tell your staff thank you, because I know coordinating all that's probably a small feat, I know, but I do appreciate it, and I look forward to more days when all those venues are filled up. So thank you.
Thank you, Robin. I apologize. Chief, did you have any comments? You're good? Thank you. Fia? Kevin?
Yeah, a couple things. During the park remodel, will people be able to walk around, or is it going to be totally closed?
So they're able to walk around now, just not around the playground. They could go,
In the upper higher part?
Yes, that is open, yes.
Okay. And then, I know I've been asking this, but I would love to have that tour with the fire marshal and with SC Edison. Last night, the meeting, as I think we discussed, was very interesting. They are now going to be, I guess it's now going to be re-agendized. So what I'm hoping is that that'll happen, and then we'll see what happens. And tomorrow, of course, we meet with Bill Asaley. We're going to do something, the mayor and I. But I'd really like to have that tour because I know, but mainly with the fire marshal. And then, I would like to agendize a discussion about Vine. And the reason is that I live on Pedley Avenue. I have the same problem. That's sort of a unique area. But one of the things that needs to be discussed is the real reason why there's no speed bumps. And especially when you have no curb and gutter on the side. People just go around them, which really creates problems. And also it's a public safety issue because our understanding is the fire trucks then have to slow down to go over them. But I think we need to discuss Vine Street because it's indicative of a lot of streets in the city, and it also gives us yet another opportunity to talk about how are ways that we can to control speeding through the Public Works Department. So if we could just talk about it, and maybe we can come up with some sort of new solution, at least get the information out there that it's not just sort of a willy-nilly kind of idea that we're not putting things in just because we're not putting them in. So if we could maybe just talk about Vine Street specifically, because they do have a very unique situation there in that they come down that hill and they hit that trench, that kind of storm trench, water ditch. Okay.
You know, and on that note, and I'm not making light to Councilmember Bowen's comment about a one-way street, that, you know, you want to look at a lot of those situations that you make it one way, okay? Or you start cul-de-sacing some of these. I mean, you ask me, I think Robin would agree with me to close Crestview at Arlington.
Amen.
Okay? So, you know, maybe there's a more dramatic way instead of just speed bumps.
Well, also, the less access you got into your town and for them to leave, the less crime's gonna come in and be able to leave. I mean.
Anyway, I'd like to agendize it, and all those discussions can be talked about, and that's all I have. Thank you.
I have a motion from Mayor Bash to agendize. I need a second. Robin. Okay. Please vote. If you didn't turn off your, I'll call out the vote. I see that everybody's got
Mine
theirs
is
turned.
on.
I'm good.
You got everybody on, or no? Okay. Councilmember Sullivan? Councilmember Bowen? Councilmember Bash?
Yes.
And so motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Anything else? Thank you all so much. Appreciate all your time and all your input this evening. Good evening.